So by combining these two focus areas, the workshop adopts a holistic approach that addresses both physical and developmental needs take care of yourself too. Also, okay, deepen the understanding of neurodiversity. Next slide. Okay, so December last year, we had a collaboration with the River State government, Office of the First Lady, and also the First Lady of the nation through her Renewed Hope initiative. So we had 3rd of December is usually the day for World Disability Day. So fortunately for us, we were asked to bring names, submit names of schools and children that are disabled. I reached out to a lot of persons. Few persons got back to me. It was very, the timing was very short. So a few persons that got back to me, we said, and luckily, to the glory of God, through her initiative, she gave each of the schools ₦1 million each. So 2 of the schools that participated in that event had ₦1 million each to support, this laughing of the So we're happy that happened because the idea is to benefit the kids and also the school. So we hope that that money will go a long way in helping them. And as I conclude, one thing my executive director will always say is that to prepare the child for the society. You don't want to change your That's $1,000. I hope it will change your life. Abigail Saloka. Thank you for coming here. Thank you. All right, so Abby. All right, let's get ready for our tea break. Thank you. Or should we have the work? What do you think? Just for 15 minutes. Should we have a walking tea break or we go for tea break 15 minutes and come back? What do we do? Because when we come back, we get into the different speaking engagements. Which one do we want? Tea break or 15 minutes? All right.
I see from, I want to understand, I think it's from here. I want to know where that sound is from. It's not from. Check. Sorry, I'm just even put that here for the Please let me check something else. We have to come and sit and follow my sister. I need extra people. I want to be sure that's how. I can follow my sister.
So is that equal that was stress the hell out of me?
to capacity building workshop. This year happens to be the foundation's second-year anniversary. So part of the celebration is to celebrate caregivers that have actually worked very hard and tirelessly to give children with special needs a better life. So what we want to do today is we're having an interactive session where we bring seasoned people to discuss with us on general terms. One of the things we're talking about is how to develop individualized education plans, and also for caregivers, how to manage stress and burnout and neurodivergence in general. So we welcome you all to be a part of it. We hope for it to be exciting, for it to be wonderful, and I'm very sure it's going to be an amazing time.
I'm here to learn, to network, and probably get contacts that could help me raise funds for what I do in Bielsa with regards to children with special needs.
I know I'm going to leave here being impacted.
I'm here to interact with other therapists, special needs teachers, teachers of SEN, and other professionals as regards to children with special needs, developmental differences, neurodivergent children.
I'm here as a resource person for Evangeline Care Wellness and Foundation, an NGO, a body that is passionate about the well-being, the better quality of life of children on respect. I'm here as a resource person. I happen to be the manager of Blazing Hearts Autism Center, and I've been invited here to come and equip to the best of my capabilities caregivers who handle children, special needs children, especially on a daily basis. And I'd like to say that this field is a field, this is for the caregivers and therapists who may be newly onboarded or have been in the field for a period of time. I would like to implore them all to have a heart of empathy when you're handling these children. Don't get frustrated, put in your best, have a heart. Come from a place of not sympathy, empathy. Empathy is when you try to wear the shoes of any given situation. I'd like to implore them to have a large heart, be empathetic, be kind, be patient. You are a lifeline for these children. After their parents, you're the next lifeline they have. So that being said, I do hope everyone pays rapt attention, is fully vested in the whole workshop, and we leave with the best of what's the word I'm looking for, the word to use, prolific disposition, better versed in handling special needs children.
It's a privilege to be here. I'm always excited when I have the opportunity to talk with friends, colleagues, those who are in the ministry with us in the world of special needs. So another opportunity to come and talk to them, and hopefully we get to learn more. Of course, we get to learn new things. The more we talk, the more we learn, the more we interact, learning new things and implementing new things, new strategies to help us achieve our goals in the lives of the kids under our care. Okay, and as for advice to my colleagues that will be here, I think one of the importance of coming to things like this is that you get to meet like minds, you get to rub minds. You know, no man is an island, you can't know it all. You get to interact with others, you learn from others, you learn better ways to improve on what you're already doing. So I want to advise everyone here today, be open, be ready, and interact. You're going to learn a lot, and as much as possible, you even learn how to better the things you've been doing before. And as for what I hope to achieve, I just hope to meet new people, get to talk with more people, get to interact with, get new colleagues, so to say. And of course, after the training, keep the relationship and continue to learn new things to help the kids under our care.
Hi, my name is Chinwashila Ikoki, or rather Lady Chinwashila Ikoki, Executive Director, Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation. Today we're celebrating our 2 years anniversary with a workshop for carers and caregivers, therapists, and to put in place a number of things to better equip us in handling the children in our space, the special needs space. Evangeline Care Awareness Foundation was established 2 years ago. Why were we established? We understood that there was a gap in the special needs space. That gap has to do with information, understanding, and how we relate and handle parents and children on the spectrum. That being said, we work by 3 pillars now: mindset, advocacy, inclusion. It's not just enough for us to train the child or grow the child. We need the community, our society, to understand that these children, our children who are differently abled, have a lot to offer. There's one thing that actually set us up in this space before we got to the mindset, advocacy, inclusion. And what was that? We are training the children for our war. Is our war ready for these children? And that kind
welcome you to Capacity Building's workshop. This year happens to be the foundation's second year anniversary. So part of the celebration is to celebrate caregivers that have actually worked very hard and tirelessly to give children with special needs a better life. So what we want to do today is we're having an interactive session where we bring seasoned people to discuss with us on general terms. One of the things we're talking about is how to develop individualized education plans, and also for caregivers, how to manage stress and burnout and neurodivergence in general. So we welcome you all to be a part of it. We hope for it to be exciting, for it to be wonderful, and I'm very sure it's going to be an amazing time.
I'm here to learn, to network, and probably get contacts that will help me raise funds for what I do in Bielsa with regards to children with special needs.
And I know I'm going to leave here being impacted. I'm here to interact with other therapists, special needs teachers, teachers of SEN, and other professionals as regards to children with special needs, developmental differences, neurodivergent children.
I'm here as a resource person for Evangeline Care Wellness and Foundation, an NGO, a body that is passionate about the well-being, the better quality of life of children on the spectrum. I'm here as a resource person. I happen to be the manager of Blazing Heart Autism Center, and I've been invited here to come and equip to the best of my capabilities caregivers who handle children, special needs children, especially on a daily basis. And I'd like to say that this field is a field, this is for the caregivers and therapists who may be newly onboarded or have been in the field for a period of time. I would like to implore them all to have a heart of empathy when you're handling these children. Don't get frustrated, put in your best, have a heart. Come from a place of not sympathy, empathy. Empathy is when you try to wear the shoes of any given situation. I'd like to implore them to have a large heart, be empathetic, be kind, be patient. You are a lifeline for these children. After their parents, you're the next lifeline they have. So that being said, I do hope everyone pays rapt attention, is fully vested in the whole workshop, and we leave with the best of what's the word I'm looking for, the word to use, prolific disposition, better versed in handling special needs children.
It's a privilege to be here. I'm always excited when I have the opportunity to talk with friends, colleagues, those who are in the ministry with us in the world of special needs. So another opportunity to come and talk to them, and hopefully we get to learn more. Of course, we get to learn new things. The more we talk, the more we learn, the more we interact, learning new things and implementing new things, new strategies to help us achieve our goals in the lives of the kids under our care. Okay, and as for advice to my colleagues that will be here, I think one of the importance of coming to things like this is that you get to meet like minds, you get to rub minds. You know, no man is an island, you can't know it all. You get to interact with others, you learn from others, you learn better ways to improve on what you're already doing. So I want to advise everyone here today, be open, be ready, and interact. You're going to learn a lot, and as much as possible, you even learn how to better the things you've been doing before. And as for what I hope to achieve, I just hope to meet new people, get to talk with more people, get to interact with, get new colleagues, so to say. And of course, after the training, keep the relationship and continue to learn new things to help the kids under our care.
Hi, my name is Chinwe, or rather Lady Chinwe, Executive Director, Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation. Today we're celebrating our 2 years anniversary with a workshop for carers and caregivers, therapists, and to put in place a number of things to better equip us in handling the children in our space, the special needs space. Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation was established 2 years ago. Why were we established? We understood that there was a gap in the special needs space. That gap has to do with information, understanding, and how we relate and handle parents and children on the spectrum. That being said, we work by 3 pillars now: mindset, advocacy, inclusion. It's not just enough for us to train the child or grow the child. We need the community, our society, to understand that these children, our children who are differently abled, have a lot to offer. There's one thing that actually set us up in this space before we got to the mindset, advocacy, inclusion. And what was that? We are training the children for our war. Is our war ready for these children? And that kind of is what drives each and everyone, what gives us the passion to keep doing what we're doing. So if I speak to person ABC, we speak to B, C, D, E, F, and so on and so forth. And so far, so great. We can't complain. We can comfortably say we have trained specifically, technically, about, in our case, about 15 children in partnership, 15 caregivers or therapists in partnership with Global Level and Ephatha in Abuja. We can also say we have done about, these are like our 3rd workshop, I think, serious and active workshop, and we have supported several schools and organizations who are working in this space. But we're going global. How are we going to do that? It's not just, everything is important, we know. But you see, without advocacy, we won't achieve much. And that's why we go by, we have to change the mindset of people to know there's no stigma attached to our differently able children. We just need a better understanding. If we have a better understanding, we will advocate. If we advocate, inclusion becomes a part every day, the way we live. Inclusion becomes second nature to us. So when we see our children, we see even our adults who appear to be a little quirky, like we call them, it'll be very easy for us to say, guy or babe or madam, I've got you. We can do this together. That's who we are.
Dear friends, it is with heartfelt joy that I welcome you to this year's workshop for carers and children with special needs. A gathering that holds even deeper significance. You all know why we're here on CNA as we mark the 2nd anniversary of Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation. With over 2 years in operation, we have worked hand in hand with families, caregivers, professionals, and advocates, learning, unlearning, relearning, and reshaping what support looks like for children living with autism, ADHD, cerebral palsy, and other developmental conditions. Like I like to say, our neurodiverse children, because it's really a wide spectrum. Things are funny. I mean, there's dyslexia, there's just plain behavioral concerns, mental health challenges, and so on. So it's a neurodiverse space we play in now. This workshop is a celebration of each and every parent. So if you're a parent here who has a child who is especially, please clap for yourself. Like we say in Nigeria, it's easy. It's a tall order, but once you're committed, things really just push ahead. And then we're celebrating not just the caregivers and parents. I know we didn't put that here, but I spoke about it in my other videos. Our friends and those of you here who commit to making it easier for each family to support their child. We have the therapists, the teachers, the Sunday school teachers. Some of you, like myself as us, even love the children more than the biological parents, because we know that behind every child there's a huge well of knowledge. They make us see life differently. They make us have, if you have a one-way look at something, by the time this child says no, you actually begin to question, why did I think that way?
Because he has an evil agenda, and unfortunately he's bringing down to Africa, trying to, of course they have a target to depopulate them. We don't know, let's just know that. But so again, it's a to take for it wholeheartedly. Another thing is when it's born, you try to learn ways, if assuming you have a neurodiverse child, you try to learn ways of managing. That's what you do. So again, range of differences in developing individual brain functioning, processing, and traits that differ from what is considered typical. So these are the two the late 1990s actually defined this term, which can be useful to describe earlier. Some just refer to it as neurodevelopment. So it basically helps to show a non-prejudiced way. Like Fidelis was actually, when he was explaining and talking about the but key thing just to have a space, just try and take advantage you can, because these days there's a whole lot of, I'm sure we're used to various videos flying around, going viral about all sorts of what people do to foods. At the end of the day, it's just basically for profit, let's call it. Because at the end of the day, it's just to go and sell. Look at me an example, sir. Let me just be sure that let me be aware. Let's be sure what we're saying. Who can give us an example of what people can do to food? Yes, please.
Okay, the chemical they spray in the farm, and then the fertilizers for overgrowth.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure another common one is the carbide, right? What they do and all that. So it's important. I mean, it's not even just, like I said, it's not just to these individuals or these children, it's also just anyone, all of us, it's advisable that if you have a little space, just try and take advantage and grow your foods. Yeah, it's always very important, because you never can tell when you make these purchases, you never can tell what you do. So the one you can afford, why not? You just take advantage and do that. And then, of course, other sources of omega-3. You have
Let me connect it to my Wi-Fi. So, it's not hanging on, right? Because it's hanging on my system.
So again, this is one source that's encourageable that you give them. When I do walnuts, we all know walnuts, black yeah, so you can have that. The black seeds for those who can also have it too, it's also very good. We also have black seeds as well. You can purchase them, it's good. But otherwise, just make use of our local, especially when these things are in season. You just take advantage and get them, because you gain a whole lot of nutrients. So of course, before I started this, I should actually said the important thing when you're trying to address is trying to give these children foods that are nutrient dense. What do I mean by that? Foods that will inculcate, I said that earlier anyways, will inculcate all the nutrients so that they can gain a lot more. It's different from when you're giving a child foods that are calorie dense. So the difference now is you're having a meal and you're having to, you're trying to incorporate all the basic nutrients, the key nutrients, the major and the minor nutrients. As against, when I say calorie dense, I'm referring to foods like anyone, like what we just had. Those are calorie dense. So what it does is it's not necessarily, you're not gaining as much nutrients from consuming those foods as you gain when you eat your normal meals. That's why we say calorie dense. So over time, the more or the longer, and this applies to everyone. So it's not just for our kids, right? It applies to everyone, all of us, regardless of whoever it is. So that's one. So the more or the more often you get to indulge in these foods, over time you're obviously calling for weight gain, calling for it will predispose you to having a whole lot of diseases. So we all have to get it. So of course, when we remember that this is not doing us any good, we try to cut down on how much you give to the kids. Rather, you can give them these other options so that that's it. So this is just a pictorial view of when we talk about omega-3s. You're having the oil. Who knows what kind of oil? You just need to learn things right. Hydrate. Type, like I said, try to eat the right types. What are these right types? But there are different types now. So of course we have for less processed, starchy. The key word there is what? We tend to break down into glucose more slowly. So you see for every human, right? Because the auto normally it's locked this blood flowing through our veins. Is the blood that is what giving us life. Some of us, how many of us we get to complain, right? Hey, traffic. When we like it, we worry. But you see that traffic, I'm not using an analogy now. That traffic that you see on the road, if it happens like that inside your bloodstream, don't know that it's for a good reason. when you're eating, the food you are eating. So just try and picture that. So rather you have X-ray, like having something, and then you're having X-ray, you just throw it right, you just enter inside your blood. That one is very dangerous. Because what it means is that there's quick rise of glucose in your blood, and then now goes to cause inside your brain. So that's how it is. So just have this picture that when you eat right, you're eating the right amount, right? It's helping you to build traffic in your bloodstream so that glucose is not produced quickly. In other words, it should be produced slowly so that it just not works normally. There won't be any issues. So again, the sources of these foods are these starchy carbs. We're looking at whole grain bread. When I mean whole grain bread, I'm referring to say for instance, whole meal bread. So like when I advise my clients, I tell them try and take a whole lot of whole meal bread. So what the meaning of whole? There's a reason why it's called whole. So you see any grain, right? Any grain, you see, it has three major components. It has the germ, it has the bran, and it has the endosperm. Right? Components in the grain. But you see, when grain has been processed, that's why when you hear something like white flour, white bread, white, anything white, what that white represents is that they have extracted the bran and the germ. So what it means is that they've extracted the inner part and the outer part, the one that will give you the core nutrients that you need from consuming that grain. They have extracted it, and then that's what's now produced as the white flour. They now use to make what? The bread. Bread is everywhere, right? So you have to be careful when you're consuming bread. Don't be saying, some people will say, okay, quick, you just know. The same thing applies to what? The noodles. Not like you can't have noodles, but you have to be careful when you kind of noodles you consume. The same thing applies to what? Pasta or spaghetti, right? So you see, these are the white varieties which you have to be careful while consuming. When I'm talking about this, I'm referring to everybody, but of course, particularly to our kids, right? Because they gain a whole lot more. When they are eating whole, that's remember I said the whole. So it has all these nutrients intact. They've not removed any one. So the bran, the germ, and the endosperm is still intact. You're eating a whole lot more. You're gaining a whole lot more from consuming that. That's why it's whole. So assuming you want to buy spaghetti, for those who can afford to, you can get there are options out there, but of course you get that in big shops. So you have whole grain pasta. And you will see it's not looking white in color like the normal, let me not call it normal spaghetti that we can get out there, right? So if you want to purchase spaghetti, try and go and get the whole grain because there's lots more nutrients intact in there. Then the same applies to bread. So like I said, I always advise my clients wholemeal bread. That's what I eat. I mean, I do also take bread, so I have to be careful, right? But again, you cannot even make yourself. So if you go and purchase these grains, you can just grind, do the normal process, and then you can make your bread. Because it's very easy to make bread. I'm sure because thank God for social media, a lot of things are just passing across, information is being passed across. You can learn to do all this, so you can just, and doesn't require someone. I mean, you need basically you need your yeast and maybe warm water. Before you know it, your bread is done. Of course, even if you don't have an oven, you can use like if you want to take sometimes. Exactly. So you can use that and just make your bread, eat your child. You're gaining a lot more. Because the ones we purchase, you actually don't know whatever it is they put in it. So just for your own good, as much as you can do, just do. Otherwise, there are options that go and get a healthier option. That's what I'm referring to now. So again, your wholemeal bread, then whole grain rice now I'm referring to, especially our local rice. You can give an example of our local rice. That's it. So it's not the one that you're going to have to spend so much more to buy like you're going to say foreign rice, or to buy this one now. Please eat the local. Because the reason why anything that is common in your community is what you should indulge in. Don't go do Oyibo. Yes, you can do Oyibo, but for the healthier ones, so because when I go to shops like this, you go to snacks or you go to spa, you don't see people when they shop, and then you see them carrying their trolleys. I'll just stay and just be laughing, because if somebody is not aware of something, the person is like even Bible says what, and people perish for lack of knowledge. So if you don't know something, you just indulge and indulging like that before you leave. While at home. So you have to be careful. So try to choose the healthier option. So again, your local rice is there, Bakaliki or Fabra. For those who can afford, you can go and get brown rice and afford to get that. That's fine. So, but concentrate on the local ones we have. Just try because there's a whole lot of nutrients in them. So you're gaining more and your child is obviously gaining more. So it will help with their brain function and all that. So yeah. Then of course, another source of carbohydrates or another type of carbohydrates is foods containing natural sugars. Again, like somebody else had mentioned when I was asking, they said don't eat carbohydrates because it has sugar. Someone said that that's true. So that's some notion some people have. Again, be careful when you get to nutrition information. Because like I said, yeah, social media has come out there. A lot of people are going on social media and advising, eat this, don't eat this. Be careful what you listen to. If you want to get dietary advice, please go to the hospitals and seek out a dietitian, nutritionist. Because we have been trained to advise on food. Even sometimes, even the doctor will not tell you as much as what to tell because we are the trained experts to advise on food. And because we all know that what food is but food is medicine. Food is medicine. There are some illnesses or diseases or disorders that one can be diagnosed with. You may not necessarily need to have medication. When I mean medication, I mean drugs. But with your food, once you eat right, it can just be exactly, even diabetes that you mentioned. You can eat right. Once you eat right, diabetes will be reversed. So you just need to know that it's a habit, it's just a lifestyle. If you're ready, once you're ready, you just engage in this and it becomes a lifestyle. That's those things. So maybe if I ask now, maybe you guess how old I am, I'm sure. Of course, you don't be ready, you don't know who is that. But again, just try and indulge in the right foods. See, when we talk about diet, it's discipline. Simple, it's discipline. You need to try to let us say when you were talking. There are many things you have to learn and relearn. There are things that you have to try and indulge. See, it's not a matter of because I can afford. Like I said, when I go to malls, I see people shopping, see their trolley filled with all sorts and because there are things that they are buying that and you're wondering, are they actually going to eat this? Or because maybe they don't know, so you will not really hear. But of course, unless somebody needs, maybe you're having a one-on-one conversation, then you cannot advise rightly how well you can eat or what you're going to purchase. Because it starts from there. Wherever you're going to make your purchases, it starts with that. Because you will not eat what you don't buy, right? It's what you purchase that you're going to eat. But again, you have to be careful. So just try to eat right. That's what's important. So again, natural sugar, your fruits, so when they say things are that means you're not eating fruits. Your milk is natural sugar, but milk is peculiar because some of us are born with, some people have lactose intolerance. You cannot tolerate the lactose, which is the key ingredient in milk. So just like that, it can just be, and it's common to Africans anyway. You can be insensitive to milk consumption. Some people have milk allergy, so it's not just the intolerance, it's also milk allergy. You are allergic to the enzymes in this milk. So your body can just not digest it. In other words, please don't struggle. There are other things you can take that will replace milk. Because of course, it's a good source of what? Good calcium. But the other foods you can eat that can give you your calcium. Because you cannot fight, just like when you starting by saying that you cannot fight for when it gives you any child per se, but again, you have to learn to manage. The same thing applies to this food. When you cannot have this, you can have this. So say for instance, somebody who chooses to go find dates, and so you can have these food sources. We have to eat certain things every time so that you gain those nutrients that you're missing out on. That's how it is. So you have to be careful as well. And then of course you have your yogurt. So, but of course, if you're having to give the child yogurt, you have to be careful with the kind of yogurt. Who knows the best kind of yogurt you have? other words, let me put it in layman's terms, right? Any yogurt that you have to just layman, just like the back of your subconscious, any yogurt that you have to drink, be careful, just try and run away. So it's the one that you need what? Spoon. That's it. So just play safe. And it's one that you can give it to the kids. Just try and engage. Again, of course, it's even expensive, yes. But you can even make your own. Just go to YouTube and click on how to make Greek yogurt. You will see it there. You can even make it a whole lot, get a whole lot of quantity. And then you give to these children. So it's something you can also, these things, thank God we have options. So it's not like, hey, I don't get money to buy this one, that kind of thing. No. But it's something that you can try to learn to do. So that would be helpful. So another type of carbohydrate is what? Dietary fiber. You see, when you don't eat carbohydrates, someone is telling you to miss out on dietary fiber, which is not possible because you gain a whole lot from having to consume them. So again, foods rich in dietary fiber promote digestive health. They are often found alongside foods that contain complex starchy carbohydrates. So you can interchange, like, just like that. That's food sources that will have fiber. They are also starchy carbohydrates. So that's very important. Of course, that's the option is going to the food sources of fruits are beneficial as well. So of course, good examples are your sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes. Everyone that eats it, they like it. For those who eat it though, but some will tell you maybe because they have what? I'm sure you've heard also. Yeah, you have that, you don't eat sweet potatoes. Says who? Says who? It is even if you're diabetic, you don't have restrictions as much. You can eat a variety of foods. What's important? Who knows? The portion you eat. That's why I said, in health where you get your nutrition information, go to the hospitals and meet the dietitian. They will guide you how well you will eat. Please. So, don't be sent back when they suffer from diabetes, you say you don't eat this one, and then you want the not to get it, you not feed them,
Fast
problem.
They need to feed the power bank.
So again, another source is what the rice. We talked about local rice. You have the oats. Oats. Who knows the good types of oats? We may not know, but thank you. So you see, so it's not just I won't call it but it's not just the common oats we see in the market. Yeah, let's be careful, right? So you know what that one does when you are eating it? Same thing I say about traffic in your blood. The thing just goes straight. You just see glucose being pumped out. As if you just finish consuming quick instant oats, as in quick cooking oats or instant oats. You take your blood sugar and you see the thing all right. But as against if you have had the traditional rolled oats, it doesn't rise, or glucose doesn't rise as much as the one you had when you had the ordinary oats. So again, you have to well, knowledge is power anyway. So you know that oats, the different types of oats that are out there. Plantain is there. Plantain is what? It's starchy carbohydrate. Nobody to know is carbohydrate. Wonder. Plantain, starchy carbohydrate. Not the ripe. Not like you won't give the child the ripe. But I'm just saying that the ripe now, there's now that it's not starch now, there's more sugar consumption now. Because the starch in the unripe is higher than the ripe. Not that you only eat it, or they only eat the right ones, but again, just so you know. And of course, you have millets. For those who can know, I'm always at time, one is always like anything homegrown or anything that you can do. But if you must purchase, you can, like when you want to purchase pap, if you can't make it on your own, you can go out there, millets, they do millets as well, as they sell them, so you can actually also get them. But if you can make it on your own, it's still better, it's still perfect. And of course, your beans. We all know that we have a variety of beans, assorted beans. We go to the market. If you're wondering, there's what? Can you name it? There's brown beans, Yes, if you just go there, you will see assorted. But it's very good though, because they're all legumes, right? And the more they eat them, it's very, very helpful. Because yes, it's starch, oh. They say no, it was starch carbohydrates. This is starch. The composition, truthfully, the composition is the carbohydrate content is quite high. It's just that the protein in legumes is a higher content. When we talk about plant proteins, it's very high. Of which there are some diagnoses that will come up. There are some diseases that when you have, we will restrict you from eating beans. Yes. Even the beans that even the doctors will tell you for diabetes, go and eat beans, go and eat the right plantain. When that issue comes up, even the beans will be a problem. That's why you have to be careful, right? Because beans is high in plant proteins, such that if you have some illnesses, say for instance, kidney infections or failure, the person cannot eat beans because you are worsening the situation. That you are aggravating it. Yes, because plant proteins produce a lot of waste in the body. That the kidneys, the function of the kidney, one major function is what? To kick out, like if you want to use the loo, flush. That's the same way the kidney does. It just flushes out any waste your body does not need. So again, if you're not consuming the beans, it's producing a lot of waste, of which in that situation that you're already suffering from, you're now like aggravating, like you're making demons enter the body and then it's now becoming hard. So you have to be careful. In as much as consumption of beans is very, very good, you also have to be careful. That's why we say when you have some illnesses or diseases or these conditions, try to meet the experts. They will advise you that this one I'm giving you is extra knowledge. They are not paying you for it, but it's time. So please, beans is very good, yeah, for the kids. This is again another pictorial view. This bread there, remember I said it's wholemeal, it is not a white bread, a normal common bread or white bread. You see, you have the, can tell me what that one is? Okay, but the edible one, there's the edible one that is like yam. Let's see, when I mean nutrients, that's yapaka, as in, see, that's why I say homegrown, the things that are local. The dawa, those of us who know dawa, maybe from Igbo tribe, what is it called? No, I mean dawa now, ogiri. Yes, local based, yes. Iru, Yoruba. See those things there? When I mean, don't go to the Igbo eating shawarma, and we do so. I do it to the child. Please be careful. So it's just the homegrown local foods is what you gain a lot more from. So the edible cocoyam is good. Yam is also good. Want to alternate water yam anyhow, it's fine. The plantain is there, the corn is there. See another thing with corn. So you have to be careful. Remember I mentioned Bill Gates, and I'm not afraid to say it anywhere, anything, anytime. That guy is like a demon. I'm sorry to say, right? Because he has a full agenda. And again, there's so much information concerning corn. Corn. How many of us have heard about genetically modified foods? See, you have to be careful. That's why I'm saying and I'm encouraging. If you have little space in your house, please plant these things so that you know what you are eating. Because most of I mean, I noticed that it's like you see corn all year round. I don't know how to sell right. But before we asked, we know that still all these things are in season. You see, years back, they used to be in season. Every food is seasonal. Corn now, January to December. You don't have to say everything. There is a reason. So please be careful. So I always advise, if you cannot plant, yeah, when you want to buy, yes, the right is when you be, when is the right season? Rainy season, yes. So that between March and about June, July, that's when you can opt to eat, but it's not an everyday thing. Because of the GMOs now that is flying around, because of those things they grow to produce this, you understand? Because everything at the end of the day is just for the profit. And then again, remember I said the main agenda, whether we like it or not, it's not a spiritual, it's the fact thing now is that this man wants to depopulate the world because there's something we call just know that you have to be careful when you eat this food. So try and focus on when it is seasonal. You take those food, but not all the time. Please, very important. Then you have your sweet potatoes. Again, if I tell you it's sweet, the reason why it's sweet, that way God did, sweet potato is very juicy when you're eating it. I noticed what you notice is sweet potato when you boil it. Yes, that's it. So even like I said, when you say that person don't eat or rather eat, or rather eat potato because it's sweet, because it's sugar, it is just natural. So we just like portion size very important. So please give these children sweet potatoes. It's very helpful. Because these are even our major staples. In Nigeria, these are major staples. So I think just indulge them. It's very good. And then of course you have the cocoyam you used to make. Or I don't know, apart from people, I don't know which other tribe would use them to make soup like a picnic rice. Then remember that the pasta, I talked about pasta, right? Spaghetti. If you're having to give them, please go for the whole grain options. Those ones are usually brown. It's darker in color. Yeah, that's why it's whole. So if you have to give them that, just do that. Then another food source is proteins. Another major nutrient. So it's made up of amino acids that build, repair, and maintain body tissues, while supporting immune function and acting as enzymes. See, protein, even though it's a major nutrient, it's very good to eat them. But remember that I said that there are some illnesses or some diagnoses that may come up that you are going to run from proteins. So we have to be careful. And just like someone who chooses to do a plant-based diet, right? They also have to be careful because they've excluded a whole lot of animal proteins, right? I know animal proteins for women, for females, you gain a lot more from consuming animal proteins because it's what is a good food source of iron, apart from it being proteins, a good source of iron. So for those of us who are, menstrual periods, you know that you have to pay back iron to replace what you have lost. But if you're choosing to do a plant-based diet, you also have to be careful because there is several combinations you have to also make to make up for the ones you are not consuming. So it's very important to take note of that. And then, of course, they are found throughout the body. So even your muscles, your bones, your skin, your hair, everything is continuous. Which is why, when we're talking about meat, how many of us like hormone? Let's be honest, how many of us like hormone? Eh? Okay. Careful when you're eating hormone. Because we just said that as well. Skin is continuous, but then again, it doesn't give you as much nutrients as you will eat when you're having what? Your chicken, your fish, your turkey, your beef. But even beef consumption, you also have to be careful because it's not just all types of beef. Can I give an example? Maybe for beef that you wouldn't really encourage. So it's really very good. So I'm just saying one type in particular. Yeah, okay. So total, kind of total right? That one. Fatty part. Maybe if you have a reason, just try to avoid it. So if you want to buy meat, you can just go and ask for what? Steak. Or you can ask for muscle meat. Alright. So those ones are better parts you should eat. Okay? So again, be careful with mama. You don't say if they like her or be careful. And then okay, so your skin, bone, hair, and virtually every other body part or tissue. It makes up the enzymes that power many chemical reactions and the hemoglobin that carries oxygen in your blood. So that is why when you do your PCV is packed cell volume, right? You do the test and then it shows you your hemoglobin levels, so that's why I said for those of us, we have to replace, but again, if you're not having to eat those ones, if you're choosing to do this one, there are options that you can do to make up. So that's very normal, very natural. And then to make all the protein that your body needs, one requires 22 different amino acids. That's just it. God has made it. But you see, of those 22, 9 of it is very essential. And what it means by essential is you must eat it in foods. It is just a natural makeup, but because you don't know, fine. But now you know, see, 9 of the essential amino acids you must eat in food, which means if you don't eat it in that food, you're not getting it. And you're not getting as much as you get. So I don't want to bother us with the names, but just note that the 9 of them are very essential, which you must eat from the foods. Of course, like I said, the examples that are out there, the beef, I've explained the kind of beef that you can eat without, the chicken, turkey, fish. Remember that for the kids, Titus is what I advise. Then you can alternate. See, because it's oily, I will not advise you to have to give it to them every day, right? So you can do 2 portions a day. 2 portions, I mean, is just, how you just cut chicken, fish. You just cut fish normal size, right? Yes, you can give them 1 or 2 in a week, is fine. Then you can also add any other type of fish. Whether you want to have toka, you want to have, what do you call them? There are different types. Shiny, all those types, so you can just add it there. Just have a variety. Remember, that's the key word we started. A variety, it's very important. Then of course the eggs, milk, eggs, especially when we have been diagnosed that the child has this or that. Then when they have either of those conditions, remember I mentioned it before, lactose intolerance or milk allergy, you don't need to give the child milk. So we have to be careful. Basically, it's something you just have to observe. Just observe the child and know when they react to certain food. That's all. Since soya beans is a power protein. So you see when we talk about foods that they miss out on some essential amino acids, but you see soya beans has all the amino acids intact. So we as dietitians call it a complete protein. It's as good as you eating meat. Soya beans, very powerful. So as much as you can indulge, please do. You can get it from the market, bake it or anyhow you want to make it. You can make it into flour, add it to their pap, right? Or you can just anyhow you want to cook it. But soya beans very, very powerful. Even for us women, if you want to indulge, it's very good. Okay? So again, so this is just a sample of your proteins and leggings also. It's okay, but what we talk about, let's call it barbecue. Also have to be careful because a lot of things. Okay, let me bring it to our knowledge. I'm sure we know now that it's not been the issue for years back. That's the reason why now that is we call it essential transition. A lot of us are transiting from the healthy foods into healthy foods. So it's caused a whole lot right now. Even this ASD and ADHD, it wasn't the issue. It wasn't common years back. But truthfully, it's as a result of what we are eating. That's why we have to start now. Start correcting a lot of things. So learn and learn. It's very important. We need to correct a lot of things right now because there's so much rise in cancer these days, and it's still as a result of what we are eating. So again, you have to be careful when we talk about foods. Also, you just have to be careful what you eat. So going back to your question, barbecue meat, because they produce the soup and all that, and it goes direct to the food, whether it's fish, anything. So one thing, just try to avoid to eat it all the time because it's basically carcinogenic. That's the truth. So just try to cut down on how often you eat it. Rather, you can just grill, you can boil. And then, so you can air fry for those who are there. You can air fry. So these are the healthier options because we're not just talking about eating right. Even the preparation, the way you prepare the food matters. Because you can prepare food in a way that you're even not doing yourself any good. And again, it's spreading to the kids as well. You have to. Everything in consideration is very important. We have to be careful because we're talking about how well these kids will eventually develop. So if you're giving them the right foods and the right amount, the right proportions. Okay. So one of the key things, remember, one of our goals is common food consent. A lot of us probably caregivers that are used to it, right? We're talking about chewing things or mouthing for these kids. They are basically, some of them are just used to it. They just keep holding on to whatever it is you're giving them, especially maybe some meat options or some foods. They just keep, like continuously just chewing and all that. So it's part of the content we may have. Then using food to help them focus, some of them just do that, they play with that. For instance, you give them fried yam or they just keep playing with it. Some other food is just they just keep playing with food. So these are the content we may have or we may have likely are not used. Sorry about that. Okay, so and then only eating food with that probably they like and they don't like, so that you try to do, because the important thing is you need to make them engaged so that they can eat well or eat. So those things you observe that they don't really like, don't just try to avoid it. That's what we come for. And then preparing foods to be wet or dry. Some of them just prefer wet or moist food, some just prefer the dry food. So again, just observe. And then preferring a specific brand of food. Some may just like boiled food, some may just like fried food. Some just observe. That's what's important. And then eating non-food items. This is referring to so the medical term is called PICA, P-I-C-A. That's the medical term. You can give an example. Non-food items. Eating non-edible. Yes, like what? No. Eating. You are actually eating it. So stuff like maybe sand. Some very bad cases, it could even be, I don't want to say it. Yes. You can be that bad, so yes. So these are not implied. Some of them just want to. So you just basically just observing and then trying to learn how to manage the situation. Everything falls on how well you can. So yeah, that would be helpful. Another thing about not eating enough. It's always you're talking about just eating food. And then you're talking about and again, remember that it's not just for the kids, it happens to all of us, everyone. Just observe yourself, observe the children, know how well they are tolerating, so that you know how well you communicate. That's what's important. Just so low-fat foods. What this means is, so assuming you want to indulge in skimmed milk, for instance, you can give an example of low-fat milk. Just an example. Okay, 3 gram milk is an example. Cream, what it is, not full cream. Yes, but 3 grams, yeah. Then Dano's milk. So the cream is not as full as you have it for instance, pig milk or other brands of milk. So you can use milk so that they can gain not so they're gaining enough because sometimes you have an issue with the kids their weight. It's also good to actually monitor their weight so that you even know how well they are faring, whether they are doing well, whether it's also good to actually monitor. You can do it, maybe you check their weight every week, like or every 2 weeks, or every month, you can just choose just so that you are aware of how well they are faring. Because of course, what they do is that so we have the results that will show, okay, yes, actually, it's very good. And then you need to give them a high calorie and high nutrient foods. First, what this means is if you serve a plate of food to this case, and then of course you have, remember I said all the food groups was intact. So you have your protein, you have your carbohydrates, and your staples you choose to have. You have your fruit on one side, you have your vegetables, right? So you can allow them to even, some people, I think they just consider some adults, right? You have an issue with their kids actually eating the beef or the protein first. But for this kids, it's not a problem. Just allow them, that's what I'm saying. Let them have the high calorie meal first. Higher in calorie than what I'm saying. Any individual is applying everything. If you eat 1 gram of carbohydrate food source or protein food source, your body will break it down and it will yield 4 kilocalories of energy, right? It's a normal standard thing. But if you eat 1 gram of fat food source, the body will metabolize, the body breaks it down and it will yield 9 kilocalories of energy. What does it mean? You have 4 kilocalories from eating carbohydrates. You now have 9 of the fat. 4 plus 4 is what? Is still less than what you are eating from 1 gram fat. So that's what I refer to high calories. You have to pay attention. But then again, because fat is a higher calorie, right, content we have, you also have to tell the kind of fat. That's why I talked about cycles. It's not something you have to eat them every day. Maybe 2 times a week, but that's infection. Because it has a higher calorie. Because of oil, the fat most of it has to. And then, so allow them to choose to have protein first. Just allow them, it's fine. But they have to not like kill most of them. So it's not okay, just basically just observe them, that's all. And then make breakfast the most important meal of the day. I'm sure some of us will get a whole lot of that to make breakfast an important meal. It's also good for the kids, they can have breakfast, of course, healthy breakfast. Like, for instance, the I'm sure they talk about. Or oats, or any other staple you choose to give them, you just ensure that they have it at the start of the day. It's also very good. And then keep lots of nutritious snacks. Nutritious snacks, they can indulge, even if it's carrots, even if it's cucumber, you can make just sandwich. I know sometimes they tend to react to shapes or, like I said, textures, taste. So even sometimes the way they prepare the sandwich, they can only react to some of them. They will tend to appreciate the long work better physically. So you can just give them these nutritious snacks. So it's not basically pastry, remember. So that would also be helpful. And then don't argue about food. So you see, when meal time has come, please just try to observe them. Don't make it look like you're talking, you can communicate, yes, it will also be helpful. But, don't just pay attention to the negative vibes, so that you don't bring it on when they are eating. Because they can equally react to that to make them not want to eat, or they may not want to have all the meal per se. So you also have to watch that, you have to observe to know when you will react to that. And then the next part is drinking and hydration, another goal we're looking at. Because every individual, it's not just the kids, every individual needs to hydrate well. Just like say someone who has gone to the gym or done one exercise or the other, they now eventually run to, who knows, they run to have either a fizzy drink or an energy drink after they had an exercise. It is very bizarre. It's very weird. If you had an exercise routine, the best thing you can have is water. Just to help hydrate the body and send the electrolytes to the right places. That's the best thing. So again, not drinking enough water, especially for the kids, can cause all these will cause poor concentration, dry skin causing cough, poor dental health, headaches and dizziness, constipation. Some of them can get constipated. So of course, you need to be able to help them to drink water as often as they can. Some of them eventually can get UTIs, of course, as they grow, and then the higher heart rate, especially for the young children, it can cause that. So again, hydration is very important. Let them drink water as often as they can. And then give them water at different temperatures. So different times of the day you can warm, you can choose to do that. You can do room temperature, you can do cold. But the important thing is what observing. Just observe them to know how well they react to it. It's important. And then try flavoring the water. So that if you want to add lemon, just something to add spice to the water. Again, observe. As you're giving them, just observe. And then you can even choose cucumber. You can do mint leaves. Just anyone you want to do. Just so that you encourage them to drink water. Some of them may have an issue with just the water, no water. But if you want to have that, just add to it. That would be very helpful. And then try different cups of, water to drink from. In this case, I would always advise the heavier cups is very helpful to give them water. Because especially if the cup is not as weighty as it should, some of them will obviously get really still, or they just react in a way when you give them anyway, some studies have said that or shown that if you give them water in weighted cups, so the heavier cups, that would also be helpful. The same thing with cutlery, that cutlery you're giving them. So you can choose, that some plastic spoons or forks that the handles are very thick. It's very thick. It's not the normal like if you go to some occasions, like this plastic spoon. Some of them are very light. Not that one for the kids. So you try and choose those ones that are very weighty, that have a lot of weight. So it will be very helpful to help them to actually. The key thing is making them to eat more or to eat. So those things that will encourage them to eat. That is what's encouraging. So just try and indulge in that. And then, of course, I think some of them are sensitive to certain textures. So again, pay attention to their cutlery, pay attention to the cup they drink water, and that will be helpful. And give them food with high water content. I've already mentioned that before, the watermelon and cucumber, because we have a lot of water content in it, so it's very helpful. Okay. So this one is very, very important because it's more or less like a new research. Remember I said that clinical trials have been done on these children. So we observed that this one is very helpful. We're talking about probiotic supplementation. But this one you have to be careful with. It's not just that you're going to get it. You can obviously go seek a dietitian that will guide you as to how well to give these probiotics, because research has shown that it helps a whole lot of them with gastrointestinal, the gastrointestinal tract, and some of the symptoms that relate to GI tract. So symptoms like constipation, bloating, those things actually help when you give them probiotics. So probiotics such as Saccharomyces boulardii and lactobacillus strains. They are very helpful, it helps improve sensitivity and then repetitive behavior along with social interaction. So it's been proven to help with their interactions or communication. That's what probiotics has done. And the children treated with probiotics had marked improvement in hyperactivity, inappropriate speech. So they had marked improvement. This trial that has been done. So it's also very encouraging to give them that. And then, of course, it helps their social withdrawal. Some of them who already have it. By the time they start the probiotic supplementation, it helps to improve all that. And then studies reporting that improved speech, communication, and sociability in children with ASD, that's autism, on probiotic supplementation, particularly with. So these are the strains that are very important: the bifidobacterium and the lactobacillus strains. So these strains have been shown or proven to help improve the conditions that they may have. So it's very important to note that, again, if you're not very conversant, please see that dietitian will guide you as to the right probiotics you can give to them. And then improved stool consistency has been noticed. That is also one of the GI symptoms that they have. So if you improve their stool consistency, what that means is how often they have to use the toilet or the bathroom, and then reduce flatulence. So the gas, the unnecessary gas that they have, which is as a result of bloating, or in other words, bloating, it can also help to improve that situation or that condition. And then decrease abdominal pain, which is another gastrointestinal symptom that they may have. It's been shown, probably supplementation has been shown to improve that condition. And then so this kind of them addressing the gastrointestinal symptoms. So of course, we mentioned that before, diarrhea, constipation, abdominal pain. And that's what's common with those two conditions, ADHD and ASD. So probiotic consumption may play a crucial role in neurodevelopment. I particularly underline that word. Remember that I said that's the key word that has been used over the years, just to show, basically just, in a non-prejudice way, so that these kids don't get to, feel bad, basically. So it's better to actually use that word, so it's shown proof that it helps a lot in the neurodevelopment and by contributing to the stability of a healthy intestinal microbiota. When I refer to microbiota, I'm talking about the gut health. So that's another research that will come in, and this applies to every individual. It's not just the kids. So you see, your gut health is very important, and that will result in the foods you eat. Remember, I said just eat right. It will help you. Thorough and very healthy gut, because that has also been shown. Recent research studies that have been carried out recently. Remember, I said that we advise on evidence studies that have been carried out. So when you have a proper and thorough gut health, it helps to ward off all these diseases, non-communicable diseases such as cancer, diabetes, obesity. Once you have a thorough and proper gut health, so again, it's also important to encourage kids to eat right so that it can help with their proper and thorough gut health. So that's the microbiota, that's the word that is there. So that's what it is proper gut health. And then you can remember, of course, enhancing the microbiota, brain interaction. So there's a communication. Your brain, your gut, because there's no track. That's communication. Help to eat right so that to eventually keep a balance. When we talk about gut-brain interaction, that's what we help. So in a nutshell, just to round off, I've said let your child eat a variety of foods. Remember that that's the key word. And they are nutrient dense basically. You cannot overemphasize what that will do for the child. And it provides key nutrients they need to develop a good nutritional status. That's very important because they always will grow. So the oftentimes you give them the right foods that will help them build a good nutritional status. And then it will also help them to keep them well hydrated at all times. Remember that I said you can try different temperatures of water so that it will help them drink. You can also try to flavor the water so to help them drink as well, but it's very important. And then again, you can give them probiotics, so that will really help them in the long run. So I think that's about it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Mom. Please, we can do better. Okay, so before the questions, we'll give her a thunder clap. Okay, everyone know what a thunder clap is? You should know this, we are caregivers. How to play with your children? You know, happy? Yes, all right. You're sure you're percent. Please clap up for her. She can also give us. Please come. Okay, let me teach us one. So let's just start. So this is how it works, right? So it starts, before the clouds form, it forms gradually, right? So we'll start like this.
What is stable?
Did you get it? Okay, shall we good? We'll do it and face her. I'll bring to her too. So are we good? Okay, let's start. It's coming. Let's start. It's coming. Go to 2. It's gathering 3.
Would be caught. So you could have 3 or 4 portions in one fish. I just want to be realistic. Let's be practical. You caught 3 or 4 portions in one fish. Now you're giving the child, remember, it's 1 portion at a time. So if you have like 4 portions in one fish, you cooked it. You can just freeze it or refrigerate it or just pack it. You're giving the child just 1 portion. So in other words, at the end of the day, 1 kilo, you would have served that child 2 to 3 weeks. Now, I'm talking about the more realistic term now, will be just 1 portion a week. When I said 2 portions, I don't mean it's just the titles now, because that would mean you giving them more in a week. But if you give them just 1 portion in a week, then alternate with any other fish. Better to alternate with any other omega-3 food source. You have your nuts and seeds, which are obviously cheaper, as you have the seafood, yes. So any of those options can serve. But I'm not saying let's be realistic. I'm not saying give that child 1 fish in a week. No, because that would be a lot. Yes. So if you just cut it up, so you're giving that child just 1 portion in 1 week. At the end of the day, that 1 kilo you'd have purchased, you'd have had to serve the child in 2 or 3 weeks, which is more realistic to understand. But then again, I'm not saying one should go and run just to buy fish. No. So you can also do the other alternatives. So that can also serve. As long as you're giving that omega-3 fatty food every week, that can also help. So I don't think I made sense somehow.
Not so much in touch with reality.
Sorry, I don't know. Did you have a child on the spectrum?
We run a home on the government, so we have quite a lot of them.
Okay, and you guys have to provide for their food. In all honesty, I'm a mom with a child on the spectrum, and I have very limited resources. But when you weigh the pros of expenditure, or when you weigh the cons of expenditure and the pros of seeing your child home, I don't think any cost is too expensive. We take a lot of things for granted. A lot of people are seated here. People are speaking without any effort. I have a child that is 8 and stops speaking at 2, and you want to tell me 8,000 naira fish. That is where he will get the brain build that is needed to give him a fighting chance in life as speaking. Come on, let's
Excuse me, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the poverty in the society in Nigeria. It is real to the extent that I go to the market and I see that people cannot even afford to buy that. They cannot. You're talking about one child.
That's why she said there are other sources of omega.
They like mama, and what can promoting for the children. So let's just what we're looking at a unique demographic, right? She said,
Recording from here.
can we hear about it from the special needs children? It's for everybody. Okay, especially for the special needs children. You understand? We cannot, like in my home now, in our home, in the government home, we don't cook separately for them. Unless maybe we're going to look at cooking separately for them, how do we even do that? We're going to look at family into the budget. Yes, into the budget, you understand? But speaking generally, there are a lot of children that are out there that they are in this condition.
You want to sound lies on you, like he said. You will go and do research for other sources of omega-3 fatty acids. Am I correct?
So I'm talking about general because we want to, like, for a case, we want to create awareness.
Okay. Yes. That's why I say you still have to do your research. If every one of us here feels that the price of fish is too high, no problem, it's fine. Like she said, the box stops at your table now to go back and say, for every given solution, there must also be an addendum. So if I cannot afford fish, I will go into the Nigerian food charts. Our foods are very nutrient dense, a lot. God has blessed this country. Which other affordable sources of omega-3, 6, and 9 fatty acids that are not as expensive as fish? Am I correct, ma'am? That is, you don't know what I'm with that one. You go home, she has done her own. For me, it is fish. Titus, mackerel, catfish, I'm spending. But it's too expensive for some people, I understand. You will now go and do that homework and find out other sources of omega-3, 6, and 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, your questions, you can write them down. I'll take them later. So, let's play this game. Can you bring out your phones, please? Okay, let me just say the history assistant here. So, I'm calling it very fast. I'm going to call it just once. So, are you ready? Alright, can I start? 5896 9156 1967 47952. Did anyone get it? Wow! Congratulations. Okay, on to the next one. MTN. Okay, are we good? 1845 1773 0093 34809. So the last one for this round, I would have called it in my language. How many job people are there? So use English. Okay. 7012 6738 0710 98808. That's what I see. Okay, so we're going to do a little fire rehearsal now. You know, we've been very serious, so we have to try that. So we're going to play a game. It's called Watermelon. How many of us know about it? Okay. So we'll divide the class into 3, right? This class will say watermelon, papaya, banana, then we all say fruit salad. Okay? So this is how it goes. Watermelon. Oh, yes, I'm right. Let's go. So this row will just say, everybody. Okay, so we're ready, Abby? Okay, the master now. 1, 2, ready, go! Very fast, very fast. Put hands together for yourselves. Alright, so we're going to the next agenda, the next item of the agenda. And this is a very, very important aspect of our discussion. Where is our... Okay. Okay, so we're talking about the roles of caregivers, teachers, therapists, and other professionals in IEP development, which is very important for us. So, I'll be bringing up someone. Roma Anita West is a Nigerian social advocate and community mobilizer with over 5 years of experience championing the rights, dignity, and inclusion of individuals with special needs. Through her work in Blazing Hearts and Women's Safe House Initiative, she has been actively involved in advocacy, community sensitization, and caregiver support aimed at dismantling stigma and promoting inclusive environments for vulnerable populations. Format's advocacy focuses on raising public awareness around developmental and intellectual disabilities, supporting families navigating special needs care, and promoting community-based approaches that empower caregivers and affected individuals. Format is continue to advocate for inclusive societies where individuals with special needs are not only supported but empowered to live with dignity, opportunity, and full participation in community life. And gentlemen, please help me welcome Roma Anita.
My name is Boma, but I was working somewhere years ago, and before there was the radio Sisi Boma, there was Sisi Boma. And how I got the name was, it was actually government, and there was a lady, one of the contractors then. I was with the bureau that built all the flyovers, that's the yes, the bureau for special project. So we came to bring in some contractors from Abuja. There was one particularly very pretty lady, oh, very, when she comes, you know, I'll answer her. The guy was responding, she looked at me and said, your name should be Sisi Boma, and we stopped. This is over 10 years ago, and everybody now calls me Sisi Boma. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm seeing some familiar faces. I've been involved in the video before here. Very smart. I'm glad that you guys did it. So today we'll be looking at what is like. If you know that you're a mom here, I'm quite possible. So if you know you're an autistic parent, let me see how you have a kid on the spectrum. Good, but you're all caregivers. You are going to lose like well, don't be shy. Okay. If you know that you have a child on the spectrum, and I think most of you are here, from my best colleagues, I got through that to marriage because I have an autistic child. So yeah, no of you develop. Just 3 years, 4 years. This is very important. That's my son's chemotherapist. Is that me? in May, and we've made a lot of progress. And progress cannot be made without definition and structure. And that is what an IEP is all about. It is the short form for an individualized educational good job. I'm working with caregivers and therapists. Indeed. If somebody walks up to you and tells you that I'm a therapist and I like to offer your child therapy, don't worry, your child will improve. Run. Don't worry, man. You will see improvement. Don't worry. Don't say, I know my job. I've been doing this for a while. You will see improvement. I said, you do what? That person has no idea. Maybe the person has zeal and passion for the job, but the person is not properly ready. At the end of this class, I want a situation whereby almost every, I'm being realistic, that's why I said almost, I did not say every. Anybody that makes statements in absolute is someone that's not so smart, because you can never ever catch everybody. So my aim at the end of this class is to be able to nudge almost everybody into picking up the interest of not just being a caregiver, not just being a therapist that can interpret the life, but a caregiver or therapists that can look at the child is brought before you. And in your head, you're already playing with the matrices of assessment for that child. Are we together? It's the last thing that I need to confuse you. Let me see. I'm very passionate about what I do. Your question will not answer, or irritating, like something that I have. So where I used to work, I had an amazing staff strength. I had people who were fantastic therapists. I had people who knew how to carry out assessments, and I had people who knew how to draw up. And they are three different things. Absolutely. I had therapists that you sit them down, IEP has been drawn up, you sit them down, new manager, parents, and you just give them that plan. They will follow into the T and the letter. But you don't know how to do IEP. Either they don't know how to do assessment. There's nothing wrong with that. It's called area of strength. In the acting world, there are people that they call triple threats. People that can sing, act, and dance. But it's not everybody that can do all. So the essence of this program is for me to plant the seed of enthusiasm, to nudge you towards that direction. And once you get there, after now, the people that want to follow up and call me to the people who are very serious to actually imbibe this knowledge. So, without much further, sorry. So today we're going to be looking at IEP strategies. Sorry for my bias towards parents. Please God, forgive me. But it's all encompassing. Okay? So IEP strategies in Nigerian caregiver/parents, forgive me, I skip adding caregiver. Complete guide, practical strategies, the Nigerian law, local data, and everything you need to advocate for your child in school. Caregivers, if you find yourself in an inclusive learning system, you are the parent of that child for those hours. So this is good. Because sometimes, I don't know why I said that, they seem to just sideline and forget neurodivergent children. All the focus is on neurotypical children. So your place as a caregiver in that learning environment is to be the advocate for your child. Amen? Sorry, I don't next slide, please. Okay, first of all, yes, there are 7 million children with disabilities in Nigeria. 95.5% of them are currently out of school. And yes, there's something I wanted to share. When you see all these acronyms and abbreviations, so that everybody is carried along, there's no PowerPoint slides. I can't be writing out all of them. So, forward. That Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Act. Because I don't want to get this. Because you can just not everyone to carry along to carry you understand? Universal Education Commission or board, there's SUBED, there's quite a number of them. Okay, so there's several million children living with disabilities.
You understand?
And one of my focal points in my neurodiversity, the children with hearing impairments, you don't call them the children visually impaired. What we try to do to call them the children with speech impairments. Don't call them babies. They're children with neurodivergent challenge cannot be there like anything in God. That their brains are wired differently. That we're trying to recalibrate with the blood of Jesus and therapy. Amen. So for children that last time, what do we call them? Children that have hearing. What do we call them? Children that not speak. I would say that's and not you people. There's something called then the Babanga, one of them is the Lamarino Limited. So, yes, we have the visually impaired children, we have the children that are hearing impaired and speech impaired. So there's 7 million. And we all know that census taking in Nigeria is a little bit not correct. Most likely wrong. This is what is documented in resources available to the census county. And 95.5% of these children are already out of school. One, because their children, their parents are children of them, or because there's no school setting to properly integrate them into school, or the stigma. I've experienced it from where I was living before. I think I said this story. You can't actually say comes out to church. I don't change your style. But I found one. And so, government now decided to come up with a decision against the person with disabilities act of 2018. But who wants to do the one there? We gave us the one for Nigeria. Let's do it like that. But documented is actually there. That's it. So you kind of make one about arrest and say, next time. So the scale of need in Nigeria is there are 33,000 plus schools that are nominally classified as inclusive, but in reality, I'm a frontline worker. Most of them just put that inclusive to collect money. They don't understand the meaning of inclusion. Please, who are the parents and caregivers in school? Am I lying? No. Then, less than 10% mainstream teachers trained in inclusive practice. I don't believe that it's hard. Teaching alone is hard work. I'm a children's church teacher, and I'm faced with 60 children and one other nice auntie. For me, it is passion. One other nice auntie that I also just told her, since I've been working in children's departments now, and my eyes are like a helicopter everywhere. That is for Sunday. Then, normal teacher, Monday to Friday. Sometimes this could be so upset when teachers feel. It's hard. They not tell those normal teachers, they should step out of that one. That shoe that is paying them. They should not allow inclusion. So there are less than 10% of mainstream teachers that even have any interest whatsoever in inclusion. I don't believe it. That's why all of you are here. If all of you are properly trained, one way or the other, the larger but if everybody here is properly trained, there will be a decrease for the better in helping children with special needs get the necessary intervention that they need, things like this. Okay, like I said, the Discrimination Act, I even got the discrimination. I took Zane to this long gate proximity to my house, and I told them that I have a child with spectrum. No. I'm not forgetting the messages. You don't do that here. It's just for normal children. It's alright. It's fine. So, this is data Act for secondary. Who made my program children and primary school children? So, yes, the Data Act guarantees free education up to secondary school level for children with disabilities. No school may discriminate against children. You can't force. If you force them to take your school, when you are to take your child, when you are not there, how is it your children your child? Oh. So, I don't have to about home. The Nigeria is really bogged down. You know, any parent that is feeling aggrieved that they push their child out. Those schools are assigned to people of that way and we direct them to the direction of the school that is accepting. So they don't bother. So the National Policy on Special Needs Education 2015 mandates current performance profiles, measurable annual goals, specialized service and progress reviews for every child with disability, aligned with the 1634 curriculum structure. On paper, yes, and in real time, we're hoping that it comes into fruition. Then in your best intervention form, I've been the recipient of this, and I can point out some people here who met in Asaba that have been. Don't look at me if I tell you to stand up. Know yourself. So, the government Universal Basic Education Commission has been amazing. While they are not getting it right with proper training, but when it comes to equipment, apparatus, and hospital, my former place of work was a recipient. They did a lot of stuff. And when we got to a conference in Asana, we started hearing stories from that state that they didn't get our shocked. The previous state was favored. You bet did us solid, they did us good. So, that's my Nigeria. That's the legal foundation. Government is aware they are making baby steps, but would love to encourage them to do. So what is an IEP? An IEP is a written plan. An IEP is a legal document. And an IEP is a living document. Why do I say it's a living document? Because it is not cast in stone. What does it mean to be cast in stone? As we don't talk like this, what? Example of cast in stone, when you get to court and they are telling you that you are on that dog from murder, and the day of your verdict comes, and the judge presiding on top of your matter hits that gavel, that is cast in stone. Whatever comes out of the judge's mouth, whether you are sentenced to 30 years in prison, apart from presidential pardon, or whether you are going to die by hanging because you were drunk, and from your drunk driving you kill somebody, that verdict is cast in stone. But an IEP is not cast in stone. You know why? Evolution happens over time. So it's a personalized roadmap, spelling out your child's learning needs, measurable goals. I shall put that in capital letters. And exactly what the school, and by school, I meant the caregiver and the therapist plus the school are committing to provide. No two special needs children are the same. You can never, like, use one IEP for two children. Even if they are twins, it's not possible. Because they are unique idiosyncrasies that they came into this world with. They are unique sweats and pains here and there, and never identical. So it is one child to one. And it's a legal agreement once signed, the school is obligated or the therapy center to deliver what the IEP says. Nigeria's data 2018 backs you, non-compliance can be escalated to suspend. It's a living document meaning that it's not a one-time form. It is reviewed at least annually. This annually, like I said, is very serious. In real time, what is fulfilling is not happening. It is not happening. Because after the IEP is drawn up and the therapy starts to work, and we have looked at where the child is as you brought the child. We got that info through assessment. After assessment has been carried out, we have looked at where the child is. We have weighed the strengths of the child, the weaknesses of the child, and the areas that can be brushed up in the shortest possible time. Then the ballpark figure where we want flood for forecasting. But little drops of water does what? So we don't start with the big one, we start with the small one. From now, April 1st till July, what is achievable? Even if the child can stroke down on his own, it's progress. This special needs school. I was working before, crazy parents. Let me see, forgive my language. Your child has been with you 6 years, it's not done. You now enter and tell me, manager, 2 months. My son has been talking. I will always tell them, my name is Mama. I just start from jail. I'm not a miracle worker. It's not possible. And that's why also the area of early intervention comes to play. You will think the child in that come and now start going fire under his bomb. Am I Jesus? Trust me, I don't flow 5-month ministry. I don't flow in the prophetic. I don't flow in the miraculous. I'm just the children's teacher that loves children's ministry. And I never have done miracle myself. So, it will be reviewed quarterly so that if we make progress in with stroke down, we now say, okay, certain grip has gotten better. Cognition has taken a little bit of a nod forward. We now say, okay, whether we will now apply more pressure here. Let's be able to take it from stroke down to give yourself an attack. So it's not a one-time form, it's reviewed quarterly, or soon as your child's needs change significantly, and you can request a review anytime. At this one, parents should not see this because they can overdo it. God will help us parents in Jesus' name. Amen. Next slide, please. So the 5 IEP components mapped to the Nigerian policy. Number 1 is the current performance profile, like I mentioned. The baseline assessment. The baseline is where, as you brought the child, where did we meet the child? What is it that the child can do? What is it the child cannot? So that's the baseline assessment of academic and functional levels required under the 2015 National Policy on Special Needs Education. This document will be demanded for the school that says they run an inclusive setting. Now, for you caregivers, I don't know how many of you are new. Even with my level of exposure, I get a lot of nonsense. What do I mean by nonsense? You bring your child from somewhere, and you just say, my people should start therapy on the child. That don't worry, assessment has already been done somewhere. And you can work with that assessment. When you see it's because of their nonsense. It's not done like that. For every child that is brought, even if that child was assessed by a therapy center in Nigeria, that is the therapist that is going to work with the child. You need to have an understanding of pre-assessment, basically. Because those living in is of the present assessment, you are the one relating the child on the daily. So you have to work with that child on your own knowledge basis and level. So you bend down in things that is anyone is doing this class? You need to from jump with me here. And I'll give you this like a question. So assessment must be done per time, every child that comes. Except there is where you are working and they now, okay, the child is not doing. Most likely you have already been part of the assessment process to see what the challenges are. So, baseline assessment of academic and functional levels before you touch any child therapist for your own push, like go to. Number two, measurable annual goals. Targets aligned with the 16334 curriculum structure. I don't know why government do this because especially these children, they don't actually, it doesn't work like this. This is what's available in Nigeria. That's why I said there's not so much information. This thing is not, it doesn't work. You don't judge children based on the neurotypical school learning system. But you like and student, that's why they don't care. That's what my research is saying. But in real time, it's not what is obtainable. You judge children according to their own pace and level of development and growth, not what government has said is stipulated for. Am I right? No. So, for me, the measurable annual goals should be in tandem with SMART goals. What do I mean by that? That thing you want to achieve from that child, the IEP, it must be specific. If I want this child to be able to start sounding as, if at the end of this quarter, they must say even if at the end of the quarter it doesn't say it's all right. But we have a specificity in front of us. Then it should be measurable. It should be what again? What's the next one? Realistic. Zayn has not spoken since he was 2. You now said at the end of the quarter, Zayn should be blowing tongues. I agree with you. It must be realistic. In that, judging from when you met that baseline assessment you're talking about, when you met the child, come up with a realistic goal, at least from time now. So, for your IEP components, first and foremost, when you met the child, secondly, measurable goals, thirdly, specialized educational services. Like I said, support from you funded special educators, speech therapists, and resource teachers. They are working on it presently. They say they are working on it. So, but in the private sector, I know that we have special educators, we have speech therapists, and they deal with it on rights. And we have resource teachers too. Ask your school, that's the school. This thing was for parents, but you're also here to caregivers. Ask the school where you want to register your child to confirm that they have these special educators, speech therapists, resource teachers, and also you get intervention funds. Because I've noticed why therapy fees are very expensive. It's because most of them are not recipients. You pay this money. Good money. I don't know why some schools don't go through the rigors of actually work with the bureaucracy, the stress. Because if someone is pushing the effect of the expenditure for you, you can't be making the parents to feel the brunt with the heavy therapy fees. Please, go back and tell the very well. Then you get from the body, what happens to come out eventually. Then, accommodations and modifications. These are, I've seen them doing that wired people for visually impaired students, for the hearing impaired students, and they try in that regard. Except type for wired and medical exams. This is your field of braille material, sign language support, all provided free. Yes, you're right. Why? Material. So they are proud that when they keep this call, it is well. Then progress review schedule. This is also an integral part of your IEP. Without this, your IEP is useless. Because if you are not checking what you are doing, how will you know that you are making progress? That's where the quarterly review comes in that I talked about, where parents, school, or therapy center, and therapists now sit down and say, at the beginning of 1st of April, we said that Zayn should be able to do XYZ. Where are we? Can Zayn do XYZ? Yay! say cannot do X, Y, Z. Oh dear, we have to now re-strategize. So, please, you don't understand anything. If there's any gray area, please, can you stop me and say that? Or better still, like that, please, let's write it down. Don't use my face and travel. I know they're not going to. You are looking at me, but you are not with me. If you have any concerns, I have any confusion, please, my next slide, please. 8 core strategies every parent and caregiver must know. Number 1, please read it out for me. I didn't hear you, Jeff. Sorry, excuse me, sir. What's your name? What's your name? Sorry? Listen, see that lady in the camera there? Go and sit down. She wants to help you. So number 1 is what? Now, what do I mean by that? The child is brought to you and you realize that the child has a particular strong point. Can anybody give me an example from your experience? It's when a new child was brought to you and you notice a strong point, anything at all. Speech, yes. I know that one. Thank you very much. Writing, drawing. Make that activity a fun activity for the child so that there is what? Repetition. The child gets stronger in that regard. Don't say, no, it's a amplify that strength. You do what? Yes. Number 2, you demand smart goals, and that smart goals now this is something as a caregiver. You know what you have discussed with parents, but on your own, how do I say, regardless of what the bureaucratic meeting has said, put pressure on yourself. I've seen therapists that love this job. When their child meets a milestone, I've seen therapists happy and jumping. Put pressure on yourself. It will motivate you to do better. Not because I want to say I'm strong therapist, not going to become. There's a fulfillment that I set my mind to do this thing and it came true. Not, that's what they're telling you, say, July, let's say it's stroke 1. Who is that? Because they tried the one to try. It's yourself you're doing. See in this field. If you put in the work, then I'm caregiver to show. If you don't put in the work to show. You see this field, I've been here long enough to know. I come into contact with therapists. If you are a joker, I know. If you're someone that there's tenacity and doggedness of what you do, it will show. And it's not just showing you, it's not just showing the child in your work ethics. I will just be looking at the slide. Nobody needs to be listening now. Just be doing you have to do yourself something. Number 3, no accommodations and modifications. Yes. Sometimes when an IEP lands before you, people are doing helicopter. In real time, when you're working on the child, there are certain things you need to tweak. Please, who has handled an IEP? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, so that maybe what I'm saying will be reiterating. Accommodation and modification, please, am I right or wrong? In real time, they have said that one, manager has said this one, parent has said this one. But when you now start working with each other, certain accommodations will be made, you have to tweak here. We still have our end goal ahead, but in steps that will take us there. You now, if you don't put in the work to develop yourself in this field, you are doing yourself. It's not easy work. So know your accommodations and modifications and know when to apply them. Then track progress at home yourself. And every day, or let me every other day, what do I mean by every other day? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you track the progress. You go back to the work that you and the child have done and actually see. There's something they even call a communication book that you're supposed to be writing with parents every day. You tell the parent that you did XYZ. This is what you observed. There's some parents, there's no parents that are going to last them. Therapists will suffer and do work. You will go home. They are lucky there's no parents here. There is something called reinforcement. What is reinforcement? Therapists have said this is how it should be. Therapists have put in hand up. Your own dear mommy and daddy is just to follow through. They will go home and scatter everything. An example is potty training. You will not come to my center the next day with the child in pampers. Meanwhile, I've seen the therapist putting work that the child went to party. See, they are afraid the child will not cook. I mean, no, she's poor. Sorry, bring on proper, sorry. Only child don't. So you try to progress yourself. Also, request IEP reviews. Once you see that you're making, you see, parents, they're very ungrateful. And then I'm an autism mom. My child is around. I mean, that's true. But also, my parents, they are very ungrateful. If you don't see any progress, go and meet the manager of your school or I want to reduce the IEP and make progress here. Because when it's your own time, they will not spare you. Please, who knows it? I'm not lying. You are not even doing anything. I'm just wasting money. Please, who has said that thing before? Okay, maybe I was talking nonsense. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm saying. When you see the child has no problem, you better shout and blow your trumpet. Hey! The child can do this. Something might be nothing. Don't let them fight. They will come back and tell you how they are paying XYZ and they are throwing money down the gutter. Just look at your parents like this. Push for sensory environment support. Very important, please. The schools and the therapy centers that you work in. Who knows what a sensory center is? Who knows what it is? And then common space set aside for therapy, sort of routine. It is something that must be a must. If you're in a school that says they want to be inclusive, don't let them whine you and give you an empty class. Please, it does not function like that. If you don't know how to curate things for a set center, after now, collect my number and come and give me contract. Let me tell them to up there. Send them room in their schools. Please, it should not be just a blank, empty classroom. Please, I beg you from God. Instead, reject some working conditions is for your own good. It's not about your salary. You're trying to help and shape and protect the child. Who are the most people accountable? I'm saying this thing because I'm playing. So, number 6, secure AAC for not speaking children. This might be very expensive, but it's an alternative. The PECS, who knows what that is? Yes, pictures. AAC is there's Prolocule, there's talk to me, I don't want to go down, there are a couple of them, but the money fee. So, like I always say, in the internet, you cannot reach that one. If the desirable is not available, then plan for transition from age 14. Very important. By age 14. The honest truth, when I'm a believer, they don't tell me one like that, don't try me. The truth is that my focus now is autistic children. Some autistic children will ever talk till they leave this world. I've been speaking in tongues, I've been laying hands, but I'm practical enough to also be planning. What if they doesn't ever get to talk? There must be some level of dependence in life because I might live here today and see this night and I won't go to you. Don't look at me as if I'm a prophet. Am I the owner of my life? No. So you cannot just, as a parent, moms are helicopter moms. They don't even attempt to give the children any form of independence. You do everything for them. You are doing yourself. I was somewhere and someone was scolding me that I should allow Zane to jump up and down. It was a new environment, and for those of us that are in this field, you know that once they are introduced to a new environment, they have to trouble lighting, sound, and colors. So it's not jumping. And you know that one of me know that I believe in factory said, amen? No, therapists don't do this one. I mean, born and like me. Don't follow me. I believe in factory. So everybody say, no, don't do that now. When factory said that, we're going to be pitching. You see that, amen? He said, no, oh my God, oh, don't do that. You won't. Let me tell you again. You are very deluded if you feel that you want to talk to your child. Let me fix your child. You better never. Then you adjust because you're loving it. It's on the spectrum. Better discipline your child and let him conform to societal norms and values. That is what this one is all about. And 14, the level of independence. I have a 3-year-old son that I never, heaven is my witness, I never thought about it to go and tell him to carry pot of his baby girl and go and empty. But there's so many to it. When I have something that supplies pure water for me, when the person brings in 10 bags, I will tell my son, you can carry all 10 bags into the house. He now attempts to wash his pants, even though my son will finish Jesus. No. You are the owner of your life, and you will live forever. Can I show you? I realized that some people is in the streets mad. It's autism. Because some like this, I will sit down and be observing the mannerisms, the behavior. I'll be like, this is very familiar. It's not people that were ganja smokers or they stole juju. Families just got tired. So please, from small, put in the work. It's hard. Trust me, the people thing that they come out, they start to cry. I said, what? I've always been in church again. You thought I was yes, you are very friends. My friends, I mean, they go by us for tests for coming in there. You know what that is? Their children are okay, see, but as a conversation like this, you don't be, say, don't be. You have to work because you have a hand. That's just the truth. They are laughing. It's okay. So, like I said, you start with strengths and not deficits. Most IEPs focus heavily on what a child cannot do. Your job as a caregiver is to actively shift this framing. Action, caregiver action / parent action before the meeting. Write down 5 to 10 things you have seen your child do well. Bring that list to the meeting. Ask, can we build the goals from what the maker already does? Share what is that data the school does not have. Real world example, Port Harcourt. If your child struggles with reading but memorizes songs perfectly, you share it with the therapist. A good teacher therapy will use music and reading to teach phonics and vocabulary, strength and bridge to learning. So, at the Blue State he said a landmark study of 40 mainstream primary schools that found that parental awareness outperformed infrastructure, teacher training, and government funding as a predictor of inclusive outcomes and leaders. So, like I said before, demand smart goals, not I promise you, your child will be improved in life. We've already said it, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, realistic, and time-bound. Weak goals. A leader will get better at reading. No timeline, no measure, no way to know if the school is doing or the therapist is doing anything at all, which is not acceptable. A smart goal will be by June 2025, Amara will correctly solve 2-digit addition problems with 80% accuracy across 3 consecutive assignments. That is specific, that is measurable, that is dated, and it is checkable. This thing, care therapists and caregivers is also for your protection. See, but making that your goals have precision is for your protection. Next slide. Accommodations and modifications. I added why I make here because I knew that I was dealing with a brother house, not just autism. I was dealing with them visually impaired and hearing impaired, and they are not at the level of autism. Got into why and all that. That's why I added this one. So these are different, and what can make your child IEP. Know the distinction before any meeting. Accommodations change how, not what. Modifications change what is expected. So extra time on WIAC and class tests, oral answers instead of written work. Oral answers instead of written work will be for who? Who will use that one? Thank you very much. Seated away from noise or distractions, who will use that one? Seated away from noise or distractions, who will use that one? Sensory, thank you. Large print or audio materials, who will use that one? Okay. Instructions given one step at a time. One phrase command, who will use that one? Sorry? Thank you. We call it one phrase command, two phrase commands, and three phrase commands. Go is one phrase command. Stop is one phrase command. Sit is one phrase command. Sit down is one phrase command. You're getting it? So feature tools or movements break permission. Who will use that one? Sign language is like that. Who will use that one? Okay. Then the modification, shorter assignments covering core content, simplified reading material at adjusted level, alternative tasks assessing the same learning, reduced number of problems or questions, modified grading criteria for assessment, different learning objectives together, portfolio evidence instead of written exam. You don't judge learning the same way when you're doing sessions. That's why that instead of written exam. It's not how it is judged. Everybody will sit down and pen and paper and write exam. So because I'm not a pastor, this is for Mr. Fidelis and you see. Because I'm not a pastor, they will not give me a handkerchief or something. The prophet is down on me. You are looking for God, no handkerchief. Because I'm not flowing power, I'm breaking it. Some you break it. Next slide. Okay. Classroom strategies that work here. Fewer than 1 in 10 Nigerian teachers have received inclusive education training. This is a problem for me because I don't know whether it's only me that is noticing. But the amount of people that have sat in front of me in the past couple of years to cry and say that they don't know what they are going to know, but their child was born autistic in prison. And there needs to be some form of training, no matter how very minimum for teachers, because that's just what it's a problem. These strategies are proven on the resource African classroom settings. 72% scaffolded instructions, breaking tasks into small sequential steps, piloted successfully in SP schools in the Enugu State, that's the Southeast. 65% pair assisted learning, that's structured partner work, low cost, high impact, even in the largest Nigerian classrooms with limited teacher support. 65% is good. 60% formative assessment checks, oral or visual checks, reduce pressure of high stakes, WAEC/NECO style tests that disadvantage many SEND learners. 58% mother tongue instruction, bilingual support, Yoruba Igbo outside comprehension, critical giving Nigeria's 500+ languages. This one came as a surprise to me. That if you speak in language English to a special needs child, it's something it's when I was doing this, I never knew. So maybe when I go to now, say no, when you feel, start speaking language. Next time, sensory support and AAC, non-negotiables. Yes. Sensory and environmental support. Many children feel not due to ability, but sensory overwhelm. These cost schools very little if they actually put their attention and time. Preferential sitting. At this point, okay, so professional sitting away from noise and windows, without sensory. Television to use digital tools or stress ball. Who are we dealing with? Quiet corner or sensory break. Who are we dealing with? Reduce fluorescent light where possible. Who are we dealing with? Noise cancelling headphones during transitions. Who are we dealing with? Permission to stand or move or lie down during lessons. Who are we dealing with? So the AAC for non-speaking or minimally verbal children argument is actually the full word is augmentative and alternative communication. It must be written into the IEP if you are dealing with a rich parent, don't spare them. It's for their own child's good. But if you know that the parents are, like I always said, there's some kind of financial constraint, mention AAC, they are taking. AAC includes picture boards, speech generating apps, sign language, voice output devices. So you ask your school parents or you therapy center, what AA system do you provide or they have access to, and the staff trained to use it. Because my child accesses all day, only lunch and break. Can I have the same system at home for consistency? So as a school, they should know where they can direct parents to buy these things. When schools are aware about extracurricular activities like this, it gives parents more confidence that this school actually has decided to help my child get better. Are we together? Am I letting everybody hear? Maximizing your involvement, the 4 phases. This is for the IEP development. Before the meeting, you request your child's assessment report in writing. You note observation of your child's home behavior. See, this IEP is not just the school that carries out assessment for the therapy center. And most parents are in it. What can your child do? They will be thinking, will not be wondering, you don't even know the child in their house. One even ask them, why am I giving you 50K per assessment? Come and be asking questions. So you know the observation of your child's own behavior so that you can have an input in the IEP. Because honestly, parents, you spend losing time to your children. Therapy hours are many hours. What's the assignment? What is the school time hours? You reset your rights under DABDA Act. This thing I just talked to you is just for talking sake. Which rights in Nigeria? Please, CSI, I'm sorry. Bring a trusted family member or advocate. Prepare a written list of your concerns and goals. Prepare a written list of your concerns and goals. Yes. So as a parent coming in for this meeting, I was going to understand that this is better. Because you notice my slides but the ideal thing to do is, as I'm coming for that's my IEP brainstorming session, there are concerns that I have. There are goals that I want to see my child. And I'm supposed to make that meeting. Not to see that I'm pressing phone and distracted. I'm talking and I've seen things. Then at the meeting, insist on plain language. Yes. This for you therapy, some would like to overdo like doctors. You have the very deep English. Keep it very simple. Your parents are not in your field. Stop showing off. So, is this on plain language, no jargon allowed? Ask, is the school or therapy center accessing UBEC intervention forms? Request a written copy of all agreed services. You do not have to sign on the day. Take it home, read, understand. If you have any concerns related, your disagreement must be formally recorded. Then at the meeting, follow up in writing, letter or WhatsApp, that okay, yes, I got this thing, this is what I understood from it. Then you confirm any referrals to the state special education officer and you check implementation 4 weeks later, not 4 months. That means parents will be vested completely in the process. After IEP has been drawn up, please follow. You weekly follow, a monthly follow, please follow. Keep every IEP document in the dedicated folder for reference purposes. Send a summary email, creating a paper trail. Anybody can always go back to your email message and see the communication back and forth. I'll call this an e-communication between the school, the therapist, and the parents. The year-round activities. There's something I have on Facebook called Paris Moms. It's a little bit partial, but it's for single moms and people that prepare for marriage. You have special needs children and a single mom like you. Paris Moms is for you. You come together. When they give them money, bring it to me, let me see what they did there. You assess the report for free. So if parents were here, I would say you join, look for parent groups like that, people share things in common. Because I've noticed that, I'm sorry, neurotypical parents cannot really understand your ache and pain. So so you go to, I'm not saying you should not have parents or normal children, but who will understand you better when they meet that level example. The midnight people are just begins. You are past that stage, but there was a stage where I I was not intimidated or sugar being a no-no. When I mean no-no, I'm not talking of once in a while. Refined sugar has no business in the diet of your special needs child. I beg in the name of God. Don't pacify them with sweets or all those. I see your parents. I swear for you, they follow you. But I know your parents are not you. So now, instead of you to be because and painstakingly time of getting your child to be behavior modified, look for quick fix with sweet and ice cream. It will backfire. So there was a point I did not know this. And in the midnight, when sugar overdrive safety, he's screaming, he will run around the house without control. If you now call a neurotypical, I'm at this point of getting like-minded parents of God. If you now call, then it was two. If you now call your friend who is a neurotypical parent, what do you think they will tell you? Simon, lay hand, cast out. But someone who has an older child will just say that. They will ask you, what has the child eating? Do you understand? What did he eat during the day? You say sugar, let him be aware out. That's where this thing comes in. Or like me now, maybe because I just have a lot of mental fortitude naturally. Like me now, when my neighbors comes out to play, he sees other children from school, they will now go to the door and be dragging my hand. He wants to go out. If they see outside, they'll tell their children. So, someone that now maybe is soft-hearted and that thing happens to him or her, and he calls his friend that has only 22 children, will they really understand that relate? Somebody who has a special needs child will be in a better position to comfort and console you, because that is the main point of the person. There is no way you are not facing division. There's no way. As a special needs child, and people that are together as my child, Abraham is right. My child is very neat. You will not know that there is anything wrong. It's very well you not want to speak with him. But if you put him here now, Zane will perform. He has never been here before. Mr. Bright will tell you. If Zane enters here now, there's going to be a problem. This is all new to him. Then the next thing, there is another student. Sorry, Patrick, come and sit down. Stop putting their own children away. Because you don't want them to be teaching us now. But because he's not in front of me. This boy is too. What? It is well. So every special needs parent at some point will have faced discrimination. That this parent support group is integral for you. No one is an island. This journey is a long journey. You cannot do it alone. I met one, and I met quite a number of friends from my former place of work. She called me crying. She's the one who has one year after the man threw her out. Just like they told me that a witch, this thing is where my family said must be from you. And she is assessment we're talking about you. She told me that this is the same price. She broke down. How much is my salary? I said, well, actually, I preach and that's what we came from. From time to time, Jack cannot sleep. This one is off record. I'm telling you from our research. You see, Indian health, the book, cannabis, the oil. God bless you. I became a chemist because of my son. I was really doing history and diplomatic studies. I got an opportunity to go abroad, which is RSSD. I really compare engineering. I'm not studying very for chemistry and physics, but I don't. When you're talking about fish, I was just thinking about say fish is. If you are serious, you look for an alternative. If it's a pain point for you, you know myself, this one cannot stay like that. Two at the whole night is away, screaming, different sounds, laughing. I said, and I had to walk away the next morning. What's the problem? My usual jovial way, all the area boys in the area when the man like pass the same place and they find it go, Mama, you before the game. Now, I explain it to them. Hey, when you find boy, chain, Mama, begin chain, no, they bought big bone. I bought the tubes. You boil water. After a while, the oil will be. You put that oil under the tongue. because it's this parent support group. When she now called me, her baby cannot sleep. I said, I have to care for you. Because of experiential knowledge. You cannot do this journey. I wish the parents. So you track your child's progress daily. You are the data. Therapists can only do so much. You escalate to there in the school, you just the plan. I just write this thing. Nothing down, nothing down. No escalated. I just write. Nothing down. No escalated. I to make progress in Nigeria. Documental communication consistently is very important. Then know the escalation part. Next slide. Home tracking and caregiver well-being. You track progress at home day. You see your child across all settings. Teacher and therapist sees them for a few hours. Your observations, their mornings and daddies are valuable data. Date what happened, how your child responded, as or harder. New skills noticed at home. Zay now knows how to flip channels. Knows how to turn it on. My LG remote. I have a flash drive where I put all the cartoons inside. It knows how to navigate. The best cartoon is Lion King and Tarzan. They say I should regulate screen time, but he said I'm not perfect. So new skills noticed at home. Sleep and appetite changes. Oh God, Zane sleeps like a baby now and eats like a horse. Mr. Price, he eats like a horse now. What motivates them per day? Because their requests change daily, it's not always the same thing. Their homeschool communication, request their homeschool communication, I already mentioned that. Share context with the therapy center or school. A difficult night, illness, a family event, these directly experience classroom behavior. We are still in a country where caregivers, I'm sorry, I would say people are still one kind. You snap at children. Yes, what I said, people are irritated sometimes. But I mean, that's why parents should come with the communication book. And you should put your duty seriously. Sometimes that's what you're seeing the child doing. Maybe the child has their life to understand. You don't have their child not doing fine. I had a child in my former center. Her name is Manji. So that you come to school happy, very happy. There's some days she come and she will cry from the beginning till the end. I was not becoming worried. What could be the problem? You know what I now realized? Those days she was acting up. She was on a period. Very lovely little girl, very lovely baby girl. Other than some of the days she'll be bouncing with her bag. There's some days she will come and cry for the go to one corner, you know her corner. And cry for the oh that big. I go to her therapist. What's the problem? Now this is on a period now. She cannot think that it's pain her. Many people know. Let me explain to our parents to pain. What I'm saying. So this 12-year-old girl that is on the autistic spectrum cannot understand why. So please, when you see them like that, don't snap at them. Something just there might be an underlying factor for that change of behavior. That's what I'm talking about here. Then caregiver well-being. You cannot advocate effect action. What was here my last session here? Like it or not, you cannot pour from an empty cup. If you don't take care of yourself and you allow your therapist to work and kill you, let me speak Yoruba. No, and it's fine. You cannot pour from an empty cup. If you are not, those of them that are single, people allow your boyfriend has to become worried about you. They gave you breakfast and they told you to come and worry like. But in essence, you have to be fit mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. Please don't have burnout. When I mean burnout, you are pushed back to back to back. You tell your therapy center, I'm not feeling it like this. Where I used to work before, we used to have standby therapists sometimes. Someone cannot, there's someone to feel it. You cannot give what you don't have. If you're not whole on the inside, that's why I always advocate for therapists to be paid on time. If they are not paid on time, bills get choked. I mean, of nothing like this. So when a therapist's mind is not in the right place, this is something that I fought with when I worked before. When your mind is not in the right place, it will show in the work. When a therapist has to go to work and is looking for transport money to go to, you cannot advocate effectively when you are depleted. Then also you find other parents that get IEP. Peer support is also more useful than professional advice. I said that it is normal to grieve. I don't get time. It's normal to be angry, but I don't do wrong. So I'm keep on doing it. It's time to be. It's also normal to feel overwhelmed. Single mom of 3 children is no beans. Financially, emotionally, and Jesus, amen. But that does not make you a bad parent. This was a parent. You should have told me, let me stagnate. Transition planning life after school. Nigeria's completion rate for secondary school is 4%. For children with disability, this drops further. A transition plan in the IEP changes this trajectory. Example, post-school education, NTI programs, polytechnic access, university stability support systems, and especially the last one is my concern, vocational training centers. The rest is English. What is realistic? What is achievable? Vocational training center. You think that primary school that they have that carry is all right. So what can they do? See, these children of the and special needs children, the creativity don't have them. I don't know how to read one. So not everybody will get PhD and maybe because I do a lot of communities and stuff. I know how to speak English, I'm not speaking English. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. So, independent living skills. Cooking, budgeting, transport, navigation, personal safety, that awareness will be something therapists and caregivers should make effort to define. The ability to deploy. I just remember the therapist now. Therapists will define the concept of money. What is the big one? Abraham, how old is your man? Mr. Frank. How old is Mr. Iman's boy now? Now, it's because of IEP, therapists have said the way they are going now, he has a law for washing clothes. The mom is a big woman, one of the old countries. Now says when she's going towards the director, setting up the laundry. He loves to wash. He washes well. When he was deciding to start that washing was evident to him. But the therapist now has seen that that's an angle that can be explored, so they are going towards that direction. Independent living skills, cooking, budgeting, transport navigation, personal safety. These belong in the IEP, like I said, post alongside academic goals and self-advocacy, teaching your children to speak up for themselves, visually impaired, the IEP should include goals that build the child's own voice, not just the parents' advocacy, like I said. Please, let's always remember that this is right after school. Employment and vocational skills, practical skills align with the child's abilities. If I have seen that, what's the name again? Mona. He has seen now that the disciple has seen that Mona is aligned towards a practical trajectory and is looking towards that direction. So practical skills align with the child's abilities, tailoring, technology, agriculture, creative arts. Ask about SMIDA, yes, what I remember, small and medium enterprises of Nigeria, and NSITF vocational programs, community participation. Please bring them out. I get to pleasure back and say it's screaming down, it's not too many times, and not screaming. When you are not looking, the problems that your life that sit here. Yeah? When you are not open and pinching yourself, your problems are not changed, they are still here. And will bring out my child so that he understands social settings. Before instead of jumping up and down, now it's a big boy, let's go pressure park. I say, yo, man, that's what I want. So social skills, civic engagement, religious community, inclusion, carry to church, let them go. Sometimes when someone will get up and go to the pulpit, my pastor will hold his hand. At first, I'm wishing to support this pulpit. He won't tell his hand and be preaching. Sometimes they will carry him. You speak because you put his hand outside. Yes, very good. Not the only when you say, carry church, the one I go to church. Anything we do. Especially critical in LGs where community acceptance is the primary barrier. Bring out your child and the good thing about this thing. Let them talk. Life is very funny. It's not your mouth that is running. You will not end up with something worse in your family. Bring out your child so that your child is not singing in public. Let me tell you something. I wish you guys were here. After they look once, they look twice, they look 3 times. Church and so far. He's not for I'm telling you from experience. It's not this one is not disciple code. Include your child in planning from the responsibility your child should attend and contribute to their own IEP meetings. This is their education of their life. Like I said, this is for visually impaired children. Next slide. Your rights as a parent in Nigeria. Maybe we should give this for season. What do we talk about the rights? No parents is here. And I don't wish them, we don't be them. None of you will have special needs students. It's not a journey for one. I don't wish it for anybody. So, that's about it. Let's finish. Okay. So this is in pictures so that we can get exactly, we have a mental imagery of what it is. So like I said before, we have 7 million plus children with disabilities. I disagree with more than, but that's what I think. 95.5% currently out of school. This over 200 plus million population is 195, but let's leave it like that. How many of you are attached to centers here? Right? You do know how much of your children they often talk about it. You don't know. I was once a manager. I was once a manager with therapy center. If there are 100 parents, 95 cannot afford that money. Therapy center. So when you're telling me 95.5 is now, it's more than they're not trying to let me. Therapy money is not business. It's not my mind. It runs into hundreds of thousands. Can I shock you? You don't collect money in a pen. And can I show you another list for giving therapy money? It says on the severity of your child's condition. Every therapist that has worked where I work will show you some sort of scar. They will bite, they will it's hard work. So how many parents? I'm saying this. How many? Who are they starting for? What knows you? Can I tell you? I don't know what it is. Where do they get this strength from? This. I don't know where this strength from. This super lending. Jesus Christ. Wait, let me say it. Let me say something. Right, don't lie. You want to say because just I will not do anything today. I've been beating you before. My son, I mean, the strength. Which day, when you used to blanket for him, it was Abraham bride who again. And this boy was not, now he's 8, and he was like 6 blocks. See this matured man. The strength that they have. It is well. So, I would like to appeal to every one of us here. I know that bills they choke, but every special needs child that you have, let them be the God you see. Because most of the times, parents cannot afford to do. This thing that is appealing to talking about the ABA. Do you know how much the CSI is going to spend? If you were to cut further money from your pocket for that ABA VA technician. It's in dollars they used to pay that money, it's not in naira. So I can't blame therapists when they are pricing. The worst safe is in speech therapy. Now I hear them transition to hour. They bill you per hour, and it's around 17,000. It's between 12 to 17,000 per hour. And it's a few hours. And it's not every day. Amen? I don't know if somebody. How many parents are saying this? How many parents can afford that? So if I were you, like I said, my prayer is none of you ever. And anytime I'm in church, let me digress. Anytime I'm in church, and there's a, you will come and get that my feet, I will give it to you, you will teach me, I'll see that. There's something I say in my heart, heaven is my witness. Anytime there's a dedication in my church for a child, and pastor opens his mouth to say, pray. You know, I pray, in tears and I cry, and you never cry. Especially students. It's not your portion in Jesus' name. Is that kind of thing okay? Don't say amen. It's not your portion in Jesus' name. That's the that I bless you. So we have 33,000 plus inclusive schools. It's what they told is the data, but me, I'm telling you, it's fallacious. And then I tell my teachers, you know, teachers, it's just very good. I'm not asking them to be full hands on their eyes, but just have the heart to just be able to, it will help them. I don't know what's causing the autism. It's just very teachers, it's just trying to just put in a little effort in understanding. So that when they encounter this problem, it's not game. See, I want to say something based on my experience. Quite all right, there is the period of naughtiness, there is the period of meltdown, and there is the period of tantrum. When the child is having meltdown, it's not the floor. I have a kid, I know when there is not. The new one likes to be only market a week. God help me. And they are curing it, amen? But when maybe I use a new refreshment, and you're seeing him in the parlor, he's doing like this, and he's breathing, and he's eating his dad. And I'm looking quickly, what changed in the house? It's not changing the carrying cane. I'm saying because if teachers don't understand when to differentiate, when it is naughtiness, when it's meltdown and tantrum, it's looking at the child and the sorry. So, a little bit of restlessness in understanding what inclusion and what was about, so that you can handle and understand the students better. So, the school completion rates for, I don't know, well, if you since it is just like right. In the urban settings, that's in the township, special needs children do 90% of completion of primary school. So if UNICEF does good work, so let's believe that they are right. Then they now set for urban and rural areas, special needs children, 73% finish school. It's not big that 70%. Then they now set for the rural alone. Special needs children complete primary school 65% in the village. It's not me that said it now. Google it, you want. The student is the finesse. It's a very technical. It's not me that said it. Then they now said for junior secondary school, everybody, primary or village or everybody, especially 68%. It's not me that said it now. See, there might be my God of sponsor, so I will not say whether there is an element of truth or not. But you and I live in all this community, so it is well. So what IEP intervention is critical. Children who don't receive structured support in primary school rarely make it to secondary school. I will agree. Because if there's not a long guide, very steep line, my language, I call it international, you're holding the child. It's family's child. It's an IEP. Everything just going to be with every effort. But when it's properly tailored, there's high chance of actually making it to primary school. The drop from 90% to 54% tells the story clearly. Next. So this was for all the English we were speaking. I forgot to add one slide. I'm very sorry. Thank you and God bless you all. So that brings me to the end of, I hope you enjoyed my, I almost forgot. Your next step, action is okay. How many are we together? Hello. Hello. Hi. Second one. Don't like that to be here. Okay. Our next step for action point is number one. If none exists, ask for one to be created. I've done this over for caregivers. If you're very therapy center or child, when there's no IEP. Short, if you're interested in learning how to craft IEP, it begins first by doing how to do assessment. And I cannot help you with that because that's a big. But honestly, on that level, you're serious about your research. See this field, if you want to succeed in it. If you can't do your research about it, you can help you. Based on what I see that you're giving, but I'm not giving anybody this. I'm giving you a chance because I know that people don't value what you just give them. But if you want to understand assessments, let me see what you have done to craft out the matrices, the indices on how to carry out an assessment. If you come to me with that one, I will not charge you. Because I know that there is a passion to understand this thing. It's from that assessment I cannot show you how to properly craft an IEP. But I mean, we've done some work today, I believe, two of us. After this session, I'm really serious about learning how to do assessments. If you call me and show me proof of research on so one assessment better. I went to the net and look at what I found. How do I tailor it? What you find is mostly assessment and things for your own people. But there's something they call curating. Curate it towards your geographical location. What fits into your own context. Okay. Did I confuse anybody? Okay, you Nigerianize whatever you get on the net. If you come to me with that one, I'll tell your straight. So, if not exists, please. If you say about when you give you expo that I did, be doing free assessments. Don't be afraid, not be charging. Oh my God, for it! Yeah, you need to learn. Contact your state universal basic education board to compare whether your school is assessing special. We'll send you money again. That's number two. I can't listen. We'll go work together. Well, I agree. We are doing a great therapist, amen? No, see, remember the work of Quebec is to pay. They are not the major, let me say, the state now, the owner of the school. Anything primary education is owned by the state. Absolutely. So now, state owns the school. They do and they do whatever they want. Support. No. I know there will be some bias because special needs is special food. So okay, now I understand it. Those equipment some setbacks may not be able to afford, so they can give it to them. Okay. Please let's give the break and the camera, please. You don't want to eat as give your break and camera. Locate your state ministry of education, special education. Locate your state ministry of education, special education unit, I have a number. Her name is Florence Mo. Maybe this is child, so just meet her opinion. If you want to go, want to go. She's fine. After I 2025. Who is the new person? Who come? Just need to go. You can help and leave. You do the fusion between your center and your school to be back and so then join or start. Yes, parents are not here. Join or start a special needs parent support group in your local government. Research shows, Joy, I will give you this one. Research shows collective advocacy produces better outcomes than individual action. Trust me. Know your DACA 2018 right, which is free education for special needs children, no discrimination. Up to senior secondary school level, you can report violations to the NCPWD and inclusive learning environment. You are that child's best advocate. Those of you who have worked in inclusive schools, you will see that sometimes when they are certain things, they want to sideline. It is you that is your child's advocate. That child sees you as between two hours. That child sees you as that between 2 hours. Don't join your typical children to be your own baby somehow. Be your child. Ask questions, take notes, show up, disagree when you need to. Know your rights. Hold the school accountable. The IEP process. See, these are issues. To me, they have the system. The IEP process belongs to you and your child, dear mommy and daddy, not just the school. So, thank you very much for having me.
I hope you learned a lot from that session. Time is already fast spent. The last item on the agenda is panel discussion. So it's going to take just 20 minutes, right? There are some questions that some of you have sent online via registration. So just ask questions when you have to hear first before we go over to the questions there. So I just want two of my friends and colleagues to join the table there. So let's welcome Mr. Roberts. And welcome, sir.
Sorry.
I know you're hungry for class. You're welcome, sir. Let's also have Mrs. Noble. Clap, welcome, sir. So what we want to do this session is to respond to questions, general questions you have about autism, you have about feeding. We'll do that for the next 20 minutes before we go to take our lunch. So we just want to use this everything was done. So do we have questions before we take the questions that are here? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ibrahim. My first question goes to the dietitian. I hope I'm correct, man. So you spoke about the various foods children should eat, and it's very important. We spend a lot of time trying to convince the parents that look, we know fruits are there, they might not be within the nutritious value, but sometimes you just crave it as a human being. And sometimes you find that this child is amongst 2 or 3 other siblings, and it's not really easy for the parent to pay attention to taking that process, because it's painstaking. I know of a mother that has just one child on the spectrum, but she goes through a lot to prepare his meals separately for him. And she makes the one she and her husband will consume. I go there very often, and I know what she goes through. a lot of parents are like, I mean, just forget what you're talking about. How would you, in your own field, help us? Because sometimes you talk, and you don't listen. But I understand that they listen a lot to the medical talks, or they listen to people like you. How would you convince a mom? I will always use mothers because they are always around. The fathers are not absent, they are working. But when you go for home sessions, you always see the mothers, they sit around, they talk to you, they ask you questions. You feel them more than the fathers, who, like I said, are not absent, but are not always there during the sessions. So how would you, in your profession, how would you help us tell this parent, look, this child on the spectrum, this child with such developmental challenge does not need to consume every requires the nutritious food, while not depriving the siblings of maybe the ice cream that this child cannot get. Do you understand my question? Yes. And then second question goes to you, Miss Woman. Thank you. It's good to see you once again. How would you enforce an IEP? A lot of schools are coming up with the idea that they're inclusive. You walk in there, you're a therapist, you know your job, you want to do your thing. You also want to get paid. But how would you enforce the IEP? If the parent of the child grab what you are trying to get to them through the IEP and it will like make it difficult for you. Do you understand what I said? How would you, in your professional experience, advise a therapist to sort that out? Thank you.
The first I'm going to discuss. When it seems like you answered the question the way you asked it, I just feel like you answered it.
How did you get this question?
Okay, so I think actually on the fact that family time, meal time, that every a neurodiverse child as against the other kids something. It's not something different. That's why the plan is it's family meal time. Everyone needs to be on board because it's encouraging. It's a time people are even coming. It's not a time that you see some families, some people on their phones, some on their iPads and all that. No, it's certainly not. So if everyone understands that it's family time, family is a key word. Family time. So everyone knows that they're eating at, like I said, it's not something different. It's something everyone should incorporate. It's something that, because when I was speaking during my session, I was saying this applies to everyone. So it's not like there's this particular thing for this one, there's this one for this one. It's something that should be prepared for everyone in the house, and then you're eating together. So say for instance, like you mentioned, if you want to give the other kids, for instance, ice cream, and then the other child, when you know that this one will help this one better, that's when you can even give the yogurt. And then with the topics that you want to include, because you know that there's a goal already for that child. So it's not something entirely different. So the child will even see that something similar, or it's probably even the same because it looks the same, obviously. I mean, the Greek yogurt and then just the ice cream again. It's not something, you could stick to the vanilla. So it's the same color. It's not that the child will see there's something really different. I'm always giving that kind of a thing, So it's, again, the key word is family time. And you're not giving something entirely different. So everyone knows that, it can pass. Everyone knows that it should flow. Am I making sense? So am I answering your question? So I think that's what should count.
So what has happened, I would say from my field experience, honestly, a lot of parents don't want to go to the work to see their kids better. Let me even be bold to use the word self-sabotage. Because if you know that your son's condition is something you want to see change, I would say, it goes without saying, this question of the sidebar is very saddening because I know for a fact that it's the reality. And what I would say is, if you can, I'll get spiritual and say, if you can actually take out some time painstakingly to, first of all, as a therapist, pray about it and say, Lord, before I speak to this woman, conviction in my heart. Because I don't know what I'll say is because of this one has blinded their minds. You see that a food or nutrition will help your child be better, but is it laziness or what? So first I'll say pray about it. Honestly, pray about it and ask the Holy Spirit to touch her so that she can have the strength first to be able to muster up the courage and strength to just make those intentional tweaks. Then secondly, I would say there's a mom I met. That mother, that girl I talked about, right? That's I will make bold to say she's the best mom, special needs mom I've ever seen. She has 3 children, 2 are neurotypical. Everybody in the house, their diet is all done to an autism-friendly diet. Am I right? She's that intentional that. And Una has made, one team has made tremendous strides to be better because her mother is intentional and saying that so that everybody is on the same playing space. There will be no confusion with food. The whole food is autism friendly. And from my question was remind me again. You say, how would you get the parent to be on the same playing space, on the same playing frequency for the IEP? I will still go back and say self-sabotage. Because if someone is coming to tell me, you can only pray because as much as you want to jump, you can take a bus to me. Whatever they say to the street. You don't force you to drink water. Okay, maybe they have husbands that are financially pushing in the effect to them. As a single mom, I see a fighting chance for my single firstborn child to speak again. And they are telling me that is this IEP. I have to follow through in spite of my very busy schedule. I work in the corporate space and I get to a side hustle. I get to events. But they tell me that this IEP is going to make my son better. I'm wondering whether it's going to do. If they go to Calabash in the village and be finding it and calling my name, it's not funny. So, dear therapists, if you meet a parent that is being heavy as regards IEP, I don't know how much of you are convicted in your Christianity. Please pray for them. Maybe the harsh reality of what is before them has not really dawned on them. Because you can only talk in all honesty. No matter what you say, the box still stops at the table of the parent to say, okay, you know what? I'm ready for this job. And it's a mental journey. That's what I'll say. That thing that you now say, you know what? Me, I'm going to put it in my body. Maybe a parent has not got to the right level, they just want to be paying for therapy. And they don't want to budget it with the action. Please remember. That answers the question. I'm sorry if you can ask me, I just try.
Okay, before we go to the next question, let's good everyone.
I'm going to speak out of experience. You said most times you find it difficult to talk to parents, that they listen more to doctors and yes. I had a child I worked with for years. Hopefully I know me another child. He's very, very aggressive, very energetic. At age 7, this boy lifted me off the ground in one of his rages. In school, when you see me and this boy come,
I need to capture. No, I'm not capturing.
a crowd of kids might be there.
I'm capturing.
Walk through them in 4 people. It's like a moving train without brakes. I kept on talking to the mom about that, and she refused to listen to me. But somewhere along the line, I got in touch with the nutritionist. And when I introduced her to the school, she followed all the woman said. And today, this child I'm talking is very calm. So, if you cannot convince the parents, she is here, get her number. If you cannot convince the parents about IEP, she is here, get her number. I think you'll be in better positions to talk to these parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. There's a question here. Talking about omega-3 sources, I want to know how can we add omega-3 tablets to a child? Okay, I want to know, can we administer omega-3 tablet supplement to a child? If yes, at what age can a child start taking a tablet?
Okay, so to be honest, truthfully, dietitians, we actually don't always encourage supplementation, except for if you saw in the talk when I mentioned probiotics, and that was because there are recent trials that have been done to encourage the consumption of probiotics basically. So with regards to omega-3 supplements, we always encourage and we always advise, please do the food first. Because if I mean, it's funny, like you're diligent in so if just do the needful, follow the path first. Try for a few months, a year, continuously. Then if you're feeling like you want to just, because that's why it's called supplements. You want to supplement, you want to add on. So we always advise to do the food first. And there are various foods out there to give you that source. So why would you want to just, probiotics is actually like an extra. It's like a unique extra. If you take time and read about it, you see, it's not, it's just a unique extra. As against, for instance, iron supplements or iodine or omega-3. So basically, just do the food. Then if at all you feel you're not convinced, you want to now still include the omega-3 supplements, please just see your dietitian and know the right food. Yeah. The right Let me add to that and say, from probiotics, as she's speaking English, she's going to a practical and non so I can tell you that you see academy. Who knows what is academy? Wow. Fantastic source of probiotics for content. Another one. How many of you make academy here by yourself? Okay. You see that when you finish filtering it, you see that water on top? Don't throw it away. Why I swear. Look, when I read about it, isn't that what am I lying? So before you are going to look for nature is that you see this God. Pharmacy people have gone to go and collect the extract. There is a natural source to it for heaven's sake. Why am I looking for supplements? So then another thing, you see this one, this fish you mentioned, mackerel, catfish, titus, scumbia. Don't throw away the bone. You see that bone? Grind calcium, dry it, use your blender. Butchie makes people run am onto powder. Forget about supplements for heaven's sake. When you have a pure natural source. So all these omega-3 supplements and all of that, it's all good. I see it as derivatives for maybe people that cannot get it direct from the source. It's cheaper one, but for me, it's with the natural source. Your probiotics or your probiotics do actually. I'm not doing it.
Thank you so much. I do have a question, please. One or two. Questions? Do you have a question?
I'm Elizabeth again. So my I don't know how I'm going to say it, but in summary, it's a confirmation of what I've heard. I want to hear if it's true, based on the line in which you are practicing. Is it true that there's this chemical they use in farming dead bodies? Let me just generalize it how it's been said. That they use it in farming dead bodies. That they also use it to preserve proteins like fish, algae. Now bringing it to our profession and the field in which we practice, for those children who are on the spectrum, and then if it is true, they now use it to preserve it. Will not carry that same thing and feed on those children. Does it have the side effects on the children as well?
That's my question. Thank you. But unless you're certain, unless you're certain that this particular place, do you understand me? Unless you are certain, if you're not certain, you just cannot play with that information anyhow. So it wouldn't stop you from actually going to purchase the fish. I remember that I said it's not because when you're looking at this, it's when you have large consumptions. That's when you can cause anything. But when you're talking about it in moderation, I'm just explaining that it's just a portion. The portion is not just one piece of fish. One piece of fish for a child is even for an adult is a lot. Remember that oily fish, like I said. So just a portion, like I said, just get one and cut it into 3 or 4. Just one of it is what you should give to the child. So again, the key thing is, unless you're certain that so place or so and so place actually use whatever. But if you're not certain, it doesn't stop you from getting it. And then just doing the moderate portion. That's why you play safe. Then get the second question.
Place of or a place of milk, yes. Or a place of milk, I guess.
I know somebody here will answer. One very lovely, beautiful, some amazing lady behind me. She was not like what I'm listening to. For children on the spectrum, your best student is almond milk and the price. It comes in, you know this Chivita pack. It's what is safe. It's gluten free, it's casein free, but it's derived from a fruit now. Yes. Sorry?
It's a nut.
Before, that part used to be 5,000. But now, this selection, I can't mention the amount, but I know that if you want GF and CS milk, it's time to be corrected.
I intentionally omitted what she just said, but because she has mentioned it, I'll say it. So again, with regards to evidence, because we advise based on evidence, gluten free and the casein free she mentioned, which is a particular form of diet, that some people are okay. Now, because there is no strong evidence report with regards to the diet, so you can't say you're excluding milk. No, I'm just addressing, I was talking about addressing the gluten and casein free you mentioned. So you can't just exclude that from your child's diet because there's no strong evidence to say this is actually doing harm to the child. In cases where you have to strictly exclude or restrict, it's only when aggression, when they already have like a milk allergy or lactose intolerance. They can eat bread. Yes, they can eat bread, but it's not just any bread. You know? No, because we're talking about evidence that what is on ground, clinical trials, because when you talk about trials again, it's not just anywhere that we just go and click. There are some companies or organizations that sponsor a trial just for profit, just to boost the business. Yes, so it's only those who are in the know that we're going to advise. So, when we're talking about trials, it's not just any study. There are studies that are comprehensive. So we talk about benefit analysis, a randomized control trial, which is very effective. So you've looked at several evidence from different yes. That's when there's now a comparison. Then that's with those ones that are stronger evidence that will show that this diet can work or this will not work. That's what I'm saying. So when it comes to GFCF diet or not, yeah. So we can't just particularly
say that you should restrict. It's only those conditions. Or you have a soul or you just get your own drink and prepare yourself. Because in that case, you're actually having everything intact. As against something like the ordinary white flour, which they've done some extraction, they've removed some nutrients that the child would have benefited from. So instead of you just going to purchase white flour and making your bread, or going out there to buy the white bread, you can go to get the whole bread, which is a lot healthier. So the child is eating much more. That is, so she said it's not sweet, but you see, so we're talking about the benefit actually. So yeah, so what's your question? Milk again, apart from if you have restriction, like you mentioned almond milk, if you cannot afford it, can do so. I mentioned that earlier. So you can even do it. I said 3 grams. 3 grams is good. You know 3 grams? 3 grams. No, 3 grams, yes. Because the cream, some cream has been extracted. It's not whole cream. So even that one, I mean, it's like, and it's cheap. Obviously, a sachet just 150. People is good, yes. But not like your whole thing. So you can do like 3 portions of the thing, and that kind of thing. Okay.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together for that? Okay, there's a question here. It says, how do candida or yeast overgrowth affecting behavior in autism with nutrition?
You probably take my contact because I don't always want to give information that I'm not really researched. That's the truth. With regards to this question, if you're here, you can take my number. When I research properly on it, I'll be able to share it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you all. How many questions do we have? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. Do we have any from here? So we just have 3 questions, right? Okay, let's take it.
Sorry, my question is very short, like just
Yes or no answer. You said based on the omega-3 fatty acids. So I want to ask if egg is a substitute for fish, based on the price of fish and everything. Can we use egg as a substitute for it? But to totally exclude fish, especially in a whole month, you haven't. Okay, so yes, you can. But you see, like saying that in a whole month, the child hasn't had Titus fish. Not in a whole month, like once in a while, like I'm not afford fish every time. Can I use eggs? That's why I said yes, and I'm also explaining. So you can't say you wouldn't give the child in a whole month, you haven't given the child Titus. Yes, so yeah, so like I said, there are other alternative sources of omega-3. But you see Titus, at least in a month, you should offer the child 1 or 2 portions. Because of that benefit you're going to give, the child is going to get it. It's expected. Just see it. Like she's saying, just take the things and do it. Because there are other benefits you can indulge, right? But that's one alone. At least in a month, just give 1 or 2 portions of that. And you said someone mentioned sugar. I actually omitted it from the slide. So another type of carbohydrate is called free sugars. Free sugars is what your table sugar, your fruit juices, some cereals that we think you can just go and pack. Like I said, when I go to work, I see people they pack stuff on their trolley and they smile and you see stuff and you're like wondering. Some of these cereals are GMOs. You have to be careful because a lot of them have loads of free sugars, which is not helpful at all. If you want to do cereals for the child, look out for the whole grains. The whole grains option, and it's pretty. Just like for oats, you see the for the whole room. So on the other hand, if you're having oats, run from anything they tell you or anything that is written instant or quick cooking. Those are the key words you have to look out for. So if you see it on the oats, just run, don't even purchase. Don't at all. Same with free sugar. Then don't look of free sugar. You have the examples are like maltase, you have the dextrose, you have fructose, high fructose corn syrup. So these are just examples. So if you see them on food labels, if you are going to buy those packaged foods, you see them, please don't even bother because they are free. Yes. They are just free sugars and it's not going to help the child. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
One goes for the IEP and the other one. Just like this book now.
Actually, when I started working with this child, it laughs a lot. He can laugh and laugh and laugh and imagine he fall from his seat. Why laugh? You laugh and stand and jump, he's still laughing. And I think that based on the plant is trying to have a grow. Sometimes the food that they are giving him, the sugar, content, and everything. And sometimes the mother gives him tea and bread, like Milo, with tea. And when I discovered this child takes a lot of sugary things, and I called the mother's attention for this, and I said, please, like sugary things. And the mom told me that the doctor that she met said let her as long as it's for the child. And this thing is to me is disturbing my work. Working with this child, the child is laughing. And she wanted to ask me, why is this child laughing like this? Why is he laughing like this? And I was like, it's because of the food they are giving the child. And that's what the doctor said I should give it, as long as it's not affecting the child. But I think this thing is disturbing this child. In a situation like this, what will I do? And secondly, for the IEP, I also have a child that's about 7 years old, which I'm working with. And, I've been teaching this child, self-dressing, how to dress up herself. But I discovered that when I left, they don't indulge this child in dressing herself up. And they keep dressing her up every time. And when I come back, dress up, now she finds it difficult to do those things. When I asked the man that's taking, she said, because if I don't do her, dress her up, and she won't be able to meet up this, won't be able to meet up that, and she cannot do that. But she's trying now and doing these things with her. She's trying, give her opportunity, and they said she cannot, the parents said, let her be doing it, let her be dressing this child. In a situation like this, how do I handle it? Because it's also affecting my work. To me, they were fears maybe I'm not doing it, because sometimes you complain that they're not seeing what I'm doing. So how do I handle a situation like this? Thank you.
It is solvable. They can go to the rigors, you get the home. That big period of school is not going to be experimenting with what you get. So be a race against time, car and all of that. That's why I'm saying that when they are getting ready for school, because it's something that I'm trying to get her to master, in all honesty, and we know it's supposed to be a work like it, it's not that time. How about when they come back to school? If they practice enough, 6, 7, 8 times in the afternoon towards evening, first thing the girl will pick up in the morning. But you want to say in that morning, I can't see. The usual traffic is looking at me. I have to drop, come on, let's be fair. So how about we call the parent and the mom? Or maybe some parents are scared of their children. Who is the person that can face with somebody? Not sensitive. Because you drink money down the drain, collect your money every month. Madam, you force your household after school hours. Make it a fun task. So that the child, the house, the caregiver is the person with the child daily. And find out from the mom, does the child bond with her? Who does the child bond well with? Within every house setting, that's why this child has someone they like a lot. Let that person be the person. After school hours, not in the morning when I'm rushing to school, my friend. It doesn't work like that. I will run in it. So if you can get the parenting communication book or something to reinforce that activity after school hours, not in the morning, little by little you will see that your efforts will work. That is the issue.
So again, if you recall when I was talking in the session, I said that sometimes some doctors are not this information honestly. Some of them have a good knowledge of that. And sometimes in some hospitals, you'll be shocked that some doctors don't even know who their dietitian is. Yes, it's that bad. Some doctors don't know who their dietitian is. And this is like all over the world. If you know the function of a dietitian, like you cannot afford to miss out on who a dietitian is or what a dietitian can do for you, especially with regards to food or let me put it easily, diet-related diseases. So anything that is related to diet, don't forget for the parents and carers to be able to meet the experts to advise. So in that case, because you would not advise a child, because I'm presuming the child is like how old?
It's 5 now.
5, yeah. So, in that case, you can't even say, you wouldn't opt for the option of telling the child to have, or the mom to give the child, for instance, coffee, because that would be way off. You can't even encourage, for instance, yeah, that's really better option. So, and again, it will depend on the frequency, like how often the child So you would prefer, we would prefer you give the child not, because that's also another something that we, right? So you can actually give the children not, let them consume the fiber, they will gain more as against eating by the meal. And the same applies to all forms of food, for instance, smoothie or whatever it is you want to blend as in the liquid form. And this applies to all humans, all of us. You're gaining more when you eat those things whole than when you have to blend. Because when you blend it, you neutralize the state, the composition. You've like broken it down. So you're enabling more sugar production from something. As I said, it's not just what you give to someone, it's the way you prepare it. So we don't always encourage the liquid forms of understanding. When you eat them because you're going to gain more, especially with regards to dietary fiber and those components, phytochemicals, and antioxidants, which will fight the free radicals in your body. Because every human produces free radicals, which is a danger. That's what this illness is a disorder. But when the antioxidants come in, they fight those free radicals, like bounce that always like, like at the door. So they stop. Allow us to work on the body. That's what it does in the body. So if you take these things like that, so I'm always advising, take foods as close to natural state as possible. That's the best thing. Instead of having to go up with our parents, because our parents make it just down there, and just go and all the things like I said, you see that all around the videos, you see viral videos, very common you see them, right? You just advertise, the advertising for children, so they tell you, okay, go and do it. They always encourage you. I'll say that when you are dealing
Picky eaters. And you try to make food as, like for me, I know there's a difference between juicing and turning it into a smoothie. Because the smoothie now still keeps your fibers, right? It's now.
yes, in this case, it is something that is a huge challenge. You can actually give body a prepare because yes, what I target is not for them to eat. It's not them not to eat, but understanding it.
Okay, the person that asked the question, you said the child is going to laugh. One of the
signs of yeast infections inappropriate laughter. So the sugar they are giving this child in the tea is feeding yeast. So I suggest they take that child for test or see if there's yeast infection. Yes. There's also what we call unshared laughter. So that will also be another reason why the child is laughing. So advise the parents to take the child to screen it or rule out yeast infection.
Please clap. I know you're not good. Just clap. Okay. I think at this point, okay, because I wanted to thank you.
My question is, okay, so for children that have been, like you said, we should not give them sugar. So how do we stop that now? Do we stop it? Do we do it abruptly, or how do we take it? What step do we take to begin to introduce this non-sugar break or something?
Sugar is addictive for everybody. Neurotypical and neurodivergent. And whenever you're dealing with an addiction, you see that abrupt change, you're asking for trouble. So what I did was I introduced honey. Honey wanted to try it to be an with price. And I found what we call stevia. It's greenish. It's a herb and sugar. I don't know to tell us whether I'm the right step. But I just Googled and they said since it's from a healthy source and it's natural, I was like, this is natural. So I thank God she's here, she's in the right position to say. But I will say with any form of addiction elimination, abrupt change, the man with that alcohol that is not sweet, I will still your time. So for me, I did honey first. But the price of original honey now, amen?
So because you're asking for money, you have to be careful. So unless you're certain that that one can suffice. Otherwise, it's tough, honestly. It's something the habit already formed, and then you now want, especially for the child with that condition, it's going to be tough. But you can also source out some alternatives, like you always mentioned the tiger milk. And then it's the perfect one in practice. Yes.
But it's not
It's natural, and you saw it on the slide there. So it just source out the alternatives and then just introduce it because it's really sweet. So it's something that can survive. Just add it to where like so be careful with honey, just unless you're setting the original, you just add either cider or the And I mean, she's a practical, so she's also in a position to share. Any other question? Did I answer your question?
Elizabeth, don't want us to eat.
Now, before your question, I think we have a contribution from the back, one person. Yeah, we'll take a question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the speakers and everyone that has taught us today. My name is Stephanie, and I run a mobile special needs service. Okay, so I listened to, I'm sorry I don't know his name, the first speaker, the first person that asked the question, Mr. Abraham, And then the second lady over there that also asked about the parents. So I just want to make a contribution in regard as concerns professionalism. So when we are working with parents who have children with special needs, it's very important first that we make them know that we know the job, right? So what do I mean? If a parent is doubting me when I tell them that this is what your child needs, then it means that they don't really trust me. And the first thing that I have to do before I begin to work with any parents is that I have to educate them and make them understand that it is not just your child. I also am concerned about your child as much as you are concerned about your child. So if a parent is doubting my expertise, then it means that they do not even trust the work that I have to do with their child. So we also have to correct that to the parents that we are working with their children so that we have that uniform agreement and there will not be any back and forth. And then when we are giving responses to parents, no matter how agitated the parent is, you don't come up to them saying, oh, it is because of the food you're giving to the child. No, there are other ways we can put our responses to come off as professionals and also make us know that we know what it is that we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we clap for her?
Who remembers when I started on by saying, you are doing yourself, not me, when you don't put in the work? It's not me you are doing. You think you're playing a smart one on Miss Boma. I'm saying in the context of gesture. When you don't go into the painstaking process of self-development. The therapy center can only do so much to get you to be at rest. There are some therapies that I have. You see this lady sister, this lady in blue. The sister is in London. No matter how big and how active you are, if palliative pressure stands before you and talks to you about your child, you will not only listen, you will follow her instruction to the letter. She's currently in London doing a master's. You see, Miss Precious comes to you. And the sister is even fat. Miss Precious is like again. But when she's telling you about your child, the position of your child, and what you need to do, my friend, is fun. If you don't put in the work to develop yourself in appearance, in speech, in knowledge base, in prowess, in communication skills, you are doing yourself. It's not misnomer. At the end of the day, they will see you like sharp when you are talking. But if you put in the work, there are certain gaps. It's just like me. I'm yet to see that parent that will stand before me and tell me my fucking nonsense. I have to go to that thing and do what I want to do. I never fail you. You know what? Not because of my science, but because when I open my mouth, nonsense will not coming out. For every question you have for me, as regards your child, I have an answer. As regards the predicament of your child. And because I'm a mother, okay, let me say I have an edge. Because I have a selling point. Whatever pain point you feel you're having, I have it too. Because when I'm talking to you, I'm not talking to you because I want your money. I'm talking to you because I'm walking that same road to you. So maybe we'll say that's my own selling point. But regardless, if you're professionally abreast with your field, don't continue as you will become an authority to listen to. I want people places using biology precious. School them, whoever you are, to listen to. So, who is so So that being said, buttressing our point, please put in the work in self-development. It's for your own good. At the end of the day, you'll be all the better for it. And another thing, if you are a teaching speaker, you don't know how to square up and go through in life. YouTube is there. There's so much. There's some people that know this therapy work, but they're afraid to talk to parents. I know them. You see this work, they disappear. But they will push it. This one, no, you go and talk to them. you have to be all encompassing in this. That public speaking, you have to learn it. That communication skills, you have to own and fine tune it. You will be able to, with Mama Joy, I eat money.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for everyone that has participated in this. Okay, I think the final question from
Miss Elizabeth, yes, let's hear a question.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Buma. Okay, I was so glad when I heard the lady talk about that laughter. My client is currently doing that. And in order for me not to do the factory reset that you said, sorry, please, she did not say it. But I'm being moved to and I really want to because two things are happening when he does that. One is disgracing in the eyes of the classroom tutor and his colleagues, as in his peers. They'll be like, why is he doing that? And then to me, I would want to pin him down, not to do it. So I want to get more enlightening on what he said about that of the shared laughter. I want to throw more light so I understand why that thing is being done. And then know what to do at that point. So I don't treat a behavior that I'm not supposed to treat. Maybe it's normal. Then for that of the infection, then I think I need to communicate to the parents because I've now known why this thing is triggering. So thank you for that checkup. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before I give him the mic to treat the shared laughter issue, let me say something. I would like to know the school where you're at. Listen, please, you're blocking me. So that there's something called autism awareness and sensitization. It's not supposed to be an embarrassing thing for you to try to suppress. So we are properly educated and sensitized on certain quirks of a neurodivergent child. It is no longer an embarrassing moment for you, for the child, for the students, or the teacher. They get to now understand that your boy's name is Clark. Clark is a special, different child. And sometimes people join him to laugh, not to mock. Do you understand? I want to believe that that book says they are inclusive. This is a classic example. One of the indices of an inclusive learning system is other neurotypical children are brought to speed regularly, maybe once or twice a month, through a lot of playful, they get maybe someone like me or any other person, there's something we call children needs. The way I'm talking to you is how I'm talking about it. When you address children, there's something called children needs. Bringing down that same message to the child's level, that now becomes relatable to them. You will now see how they will become protective of that child. This is my work. That thing is not supposed to be. That is now a thing of embarrassment. My heart is broken. That school, that class, that teacher has not been properly sensitized. So I would like for you to go back and answer. I don't try. It's something that is true for you. I'd like to see the school and have that school. Or maybe twice a day. You don't give anyone else to talk about it. So I like to see if nobody wants to be researching. And that's the all that stuff. So let me give you the mic so you can try this.
Yeah, you said you want to get more information on shared laughter. Now, this keeps reading like all of us, just that we don't know. We all have experiences. We recall things. See what this kids recall things. So probably the child that might just remember something. And you just laugh at the wrong time. That's what is on shared laughter. You cannot share why he's laughing with you. But he has a reason for laughing. It might be called something. At times it could be something that is not even funny. Exactly.
It could be something that is not even funny. Maybe it's in class. Please might just blow the curtain. He will start laughing. That's what unshared laughter is. I guess you understand. I believe you understand.
So please don't beat them.
And this factor is said, please.
It's not allowed.
It is not allowed. Because most times these kids don't know why you are doing factory is set. So they will tend to see this thing as a way of life, not people abuse. You are beating them. They don't know why you're beating them. They will see it as something that is normal. And with time, if you continue like that, they can walk up to you and strike you. Because they think it's a normal way of life. It has happened to a client we work with. We always beat this girl. Everybody beats this girl. Everybody beats this girl. Father, mother, sibling, house, they beat this girl. And when I call the aunt, I say, "Come, why are you beating this girl?" I say, "One day this girl will turn around and hit you for no reason." And they thought I was joking. Now the father wanted to solve me. He said, "Mr. Robert, why is that? Each time you come around, this girl is well behaved." What did I tell him? I told him because I treat her differently from the way other people treat her. And that's just the truth. So on a certain day, this man was in his house with his visitor.
Very good.
This girl just came out from the room, picked up an umbrella, and struck the visitor.
Oh, it's really nice.
She did factory reset on the visitor. Because she felt it was normal for you to walk up to somebody and hit the person. That's what they've been doing to her. So please, as therapists, let's avoid it. Stop eating this kid. Stop doing factory reset. Because one day, it will
affect you.
Thank you so much. Please, we need to clap better. I had an amazing time. I hope you all had a wonderful time. Are you sure? So if we say come back again, we'll come back, right? Yes. Okay, let's get our phones out. 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. MTN. Sorry about that network. Okay, yes, it's true. Please, if you won before, stay out of this. Sorry. Okay, let's go. 5, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 7, 1, 4, 1, 4, 4, 6, 8, 6, 9, 5. Okay, let's take the next one. MTN 2. 9178 9538 3493 52527. I got you to play. And now we have a winner. Let's go ahead together. So thank you very much for please one house. Thank you very much for coming out. We're almost at the end of these events, but we can't go without hearing from our big mommy from the state government. It's also important for us to, let the government know what we're doing. So at that level too, they can make policies that can help some of the things we're saying. Because we preach inclusion every day. When you go for the house for children, they see that it's only the neurotypical children they always use for the activities. Our own children don't follow, but mommy is here now, so she needs to know that whenever you want to have in the house, for everything you're doing, you need to involve the children. So we have with us the Director of Child Welfare and the Ministry of Social Welfare and Education, Mommy Fuminayo. So let's put hands together for us.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm saying that I'm blessed. I've learned quite a lot here. Because our homes, when we see things like this, I really know that are autistic, honestly. So, first of all, I bring you greetings from my family secretary. This is Loretta Bindemba, and the entire staff of the River State Ministry of Education, River State. Thank you so much. Evangelist Care and Wellness Foundation.
you're doing
1 minute.
quite a beautiful job. I mean, this is wonderful.
1 minute.
Reaching out to these children, because these are people that, I mean, in a group of people that society don't really remember what they have remembered them, and you're touching their lives. And thank you, Ms. Boma, for all that you do. Even Mrs. Adeze, thank you so blessed. Back to my ministry to say these are the things we need to do. And I also need, I think, let me not say it's not a personal thing. The ministry needs assistance. I hear people saying they are therapists. But sometimes, honestly, I do understand some children, a particular group of children, but this particular one really touches me. I believe that there is potential in every child, really. But sometimes maybe I don't know how to go about it. So something happened in January. I bought him a pair of slippers. Then last month I bought for another child. So what he did was he destroyed his own. He destroyed it. He was crying. So I said, no. To me, I was like, okay, this is not nice. I want this child to know that you can have something and someone else can be someone else can have that thing. Because that person I went from did not have slippers. So he tore it and I said, I'm not allowed for you. But the next thing I saw was that he put ropes, he did something and was able to wear the slippers. I was shocked. So as I'm talking, I want to ask, if anyone has the answer, please give me the answer. What kind of skill should I introduce to that child? What should I buy for him to try his hands on? Because for him to do that, Okay, so because I've been thinking, what do I buy? All that, he say he can do things with his hands. So I thank you so much, Mr. Fidelis, for having me. And this morning I called one of my caregivers and she's here. So I'm sure we're going back to the Lord. I'm having a meeting with them on Monday, so I'm going to relate this message, everything I'm doing to them. Thank you so much. God bless you.
So thank you, everyone. So on the jotters that we have, at the back of the jotter is our upcoming events. We hope you came to it too. Hopefully in June, we're hoping to have something like this in June. Also, we have regular webinars. We do it quarterly. We don't gather like this, but we do it virtually. So we hope that when we call on you to be part of it, and we have speakers too, and people talk to us the same way we do here, but it's all virtual. So also we have some write-ups, the workshop we had before. So we had to put everything together for us to look at that paper. So thank you so very much for being a part of this. I hope you had a very good time. Like I said, I bring greetings from the Executive Director of which she wanted to be here, but she's still with us. She's connected virtually because we're actually streaming online. So she sent her love to all of us. So before we go, we just have 2 things to do, or 3 things to do. We take the group picture, we have the certificates for us, and also the lunch. We'll have the lunch in the restaurant, not here. So when we're ready, when we're done with the pictures, everything, we'll go over there to get our lunch. So thank you so much for being a part of this wonderful event. I hope you're going back with something, and please try and network. Right? Please try and get the number of the person sitting next to you so they can share ideas. And secondly, we have a WhatsApp group. How many of you are not in our WhatsApp group? So how many of
Now
you
me, they
are
collect
WhatsApp
that.
group?
That's my choice. There's no way.
Okay. So what we do
Like,
is
and she's not talking to me.
we
That's
share
why
ideas.
we
We
make
are
her
regular.
nice
Can we have
sense.
1 hour, please? Okay, so we
That
drop
one you make it a nice
information,
part.
then we share ideas in the group, we try to network in the group. So please get your WhatsApp number and add it to the group. So thank you very much for being a part of this wonderful gathering. So I think I still have 2 more. Okay, 4, like we said, please, if you want before, just kindly say this one out. Thank you. 4054985574539236. So this is the final. So I'll be very fast with this one because the final one. 591342532. I'm too fast, right? Okay. So I'll take this one very slowly, right? 59427532741222380. So please, can we put our hands together for ourselves? It's been a very wonderful time. So I think the next thing to do is okay. So let's have a group picture before we receive our certifications.
I welcome you to Capacity Building's workshop. This year happens to be the foundation's second year anniversary. So part of the celebration is to celebrate caregivers that have actually worked very hard and tirelessly to give children with special needs a better life. So what we want to do today is we're having an interactive session where we bring seasoned people to discuss with us on general terms. One of the things we're talking about is how to develop individualized education plans, and also for caregivers, how to manage stress and burnout and neurodivergence in general. So we welcome you all to be a part of it. We hope for it to be exciting, for it to be wonderful, and I'm very sure it's going to be an amazing time.
I'm here to learn, to network, and probably get contacts that could help me raise funds for what I do in Bielsa with regards to children with special needs.
I know I'm going to leave here being impacted.
I'm here to interact with other therapists, special needs teachers, teachers of SEN, and other professionals as regards to children with special needs, developmental differences, neurodivergent children.
I'm here as a resource person for Evangeline Care Wellness and Foundation, an NGO, a body that is passionate about the well-being, the better quality of life of children on the spectrum. I'm here as a resource person. I happen to be the manager of Living Heart Autism Center, and I've been invited here to come and equip to the best of my capabilities caregivers who handle children, special needs children, especially on a daily basis. And I'd like to say that this field is a field, this is for the caregivers and therapists who may be newly onboarded or have been in the field for a period of time. I would like to implore them all to have a heart of empathy when you're handling these children. Don't get frustrated. Put in your best. Have a heart. Come from a place of not sympathy, empathy. Empathy is when you try to wear the shoes of any given situation. I'd like to implore them to have a large heart, be empathetic, be kind, be patient. You are a lifeline for these children. After their parents, you're the next lifeline they have. So that being said, I do hope everyone pays rapt attention, is fully vested in the whole workshop, and we leave with the best of what's the word I'm looking for the word to use, prolific disposition. Better versed, sorry, in handling special needs children.
It's a privilege to be here. I'm always excited when I have the opportunity to talk with friends, colleagues, those who are in the ministry with us in the world of special needs. So another opportunity to come and talk to them, and hopefully we get to learn more. Of course, we get to learn new things. The more we talk, the more we learn, the more we interact, learning new things and implementing new things, new strategies to help us achieve our goals in the lives of the kids under our care. Okay, and as for advice to my colleagues that will be here, I think one of the importance of coming to things like this is that you get to meet like minds, you get to rub minds. You know, no man is an island, you can't know it all. You get to interact with others, you learn from others, you learn better ways to improve on what you're already doing. So I want to advise everyone here today, be open, be ready, and interact. You're going to learn a lot, and as much as possible, you even learn how to better the things you've been doing before. And as for what I hope to achieve, I just hope to meet new people, get to talk with more people, get to interact with, get new colleagues, so to say. And of course, after the training, keep the relationship and continue to learn new things to help the kids under our care.
Hi, my name is Chinwe, or rather Lady Chinwe, Executive Director, Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation. Today we're celebrating our 2 years anniversary with a workshop for carers and caregivers, therapists, and to put in place a number of things to better equip us in handling the children in our space, the special needs space. Evangeline's Care and Wellness Foundation was established 2 years ago. Why were we established? We understood that there was a gap in the special needs space, and that gap has to do with information, understanding, and how we relate and handle parents and children on the spectrum. That being said, we work by 3 pillars now: mindset, advocacy, inclusion. It's not just enough for us to train the child or grow the child. We need the community, our society, to understand that these children, our children who are differently abled, have a lot to offer. There's one thing that actually set us up in this space before we got to the mindset, advocacy, inclusion. And what was that? We are training the children for our war. Is our war ready for these children? And that kind of is what drives each and everyone, what gives us the passion to keep doing what we're doing. So if I speak to person A, B, C, person A, B, C, we speak to B, C, D, E, F, and so on and so forth. And so far, so great. We can't complain. We can comfortably say we have trained specifically, technically, about, in our case, about 15 children in partnership, no, not children, 15 caregivers or therapists in partnership with Global Level and Ephatha in Abuja. We can also say we have done about, these are like our 3rd workshop, I think, serious and active workshop, and we have supported several schools and organizations who are working in this space. But we're going global. How are we going to do that? It's not just, everything is important, we know. But you see, without advocacy, we won't achieve much. And that's why we go by. We have to change the mindset of people to know there is no stigma attached to our differently able children. We just need a better understanding. If we have a better understanding, we will advocate. If we advocate, inclusion becomes a part every day, the way we live. Inclusion becomes second nature to us. So when we see our children, we see even our adults who appear to be a little quirky, like we call them, it'll be very easy for us to say, guy or babe or madam, I've got you. We can do this together. That's who we are.
Dear friends, it is with heartfelt joy that I welcome you to this year's workshop for parents and children with special needs. A gathering that holds even deeper significance. You all know why we're getting seriously as we mark the second anniversary of Evangeline Care and Wellness Foundation. With over 2 years in operation, we have worked hand in hand with families, caregivers, professionals, and advocates, learning, unlearning, relearning, and reshaping what support looks like for children living with autism, ADHD, cerebral palsy, and other developmental conditions. Like I like to say, neurodiverse children, because it's really a wide spectrum. Things are funny. I mean, there's dyslexia, there's just plain behavioral concerns, mental health challenges, and so on. So it's a neurodiverse space we play in now. This workshop is a celebration of each and every parent. So if you're a parent who has a child who is especially, please clap for yourself. Like we say in Nigeria, it didn't easy. It's a tall order, but once you're committed, things really just push ahead. And then we're celebrating not just the caregivers and parents. I don't really put that here, but I spoke about it in my other videos. Our friends, and those of you here who commit to making it easier for each family to support their child. We have the therapists, the teachers, the Sunday school teachers. Some of you, like myself as us, even love the children more than the biological parents, because we know that behind every child there's a huge well of knowledge. They make us see life differently. They make us have, if you have a one-way look at something, by the time this child says no, you actually begin to question, why did I think that way? That being said, I know it's my welcome speech, but I'm going to give you a little example. Years ago, my son Andrew, there was a teacher, they had a lesson teacher, an English lesson teacher, so they went through some passage and they were talking about soldiers. And whilst we were talking about the soldiers, they said they had caught some of them. And then I said, since it's their last night and they're about to put them in prison, what do you think the soldier should ask them? Everybody's thinking, oh, you want to talk to your family, what's your last words? You know what my son said? He simply said, we'll ask for a great meal on the ground. And I was like, why? But that's not what they said. But I said, but there's nothing wrong with that. He knows it's his last night. He wants to make the most of his last night. It doesn't have to be what we expect. So the message here is, children give us a different way. They reshape our ideas and our ideals. They always do that. So please, I thank you all for being such a huge support to our children. Now, our foundation was built on the pillars of mindset, advocacy, and inclusion. Mindset, because we believe true change begins in how we think about, well, I won't actually use the word disability, I will actually replace it with how we think about challenges, because everything is a challenge. Care and our community. Advocacy, because silence keeps systems working, and every voice matters in reshaping policy and perception. Inclusion, because support must be holistic. No one should be left behind, least of all our children, who are really our future. And carers navigating this journey daily. Carers in our therapies, again, the teachers, everybody, we all fall under the category of carers. So our parents, caregivers, and community, this space, ECWF, is for you. So our guest speakers here today, thank you so much. We are grateful and thank you for lending your voice and expertise. As we celebrate this milestone, we remain committed to building safe spaces, inform networks, and inclusive systems for children with special needs and those who care for them. Welcome again, and thank you so much.
Okay, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to attend the workshop conducted by Evangeline's Care and Wellness Foundation. It's been a great time, okay, and I learned so many things, especially when it comes to therapist burnout. We keep working and keep working and keep working, and we do not have the time. And it's obvious that even the therapists need therapy. Okay, I learned some tips, and I'm going to try what to do. I have learned so much, and I want God to bless the organizers. Want to do. I have learned so much, and I want God to bless the organizers of this program. I trust God that when next we are coming back, I'm coming back with